Okay, this is going to be, let's say, a slightly embarrassing recording, but I think a very valuable one. Um, I'm moving towards, like a completely holistic integration. And I just want to record some of the, I mean, technically everything that I say is somewhat speculative, but I think enough of these pieces are pretty solid that they're worth having recorded. Okay, so I still don't have a full narrative of how the superego gets sort of downloaded into the ego. And I have very complicated recordings, I think, where I go over it, but I've got notes all over the place about how the oath and the devotion have within themselves content which structures the whole false ego complex, essentially. Anyway, and that basically means that the ego's parent function is, in some sense, the biggest sort of keystone into the has an asymmetrical. When I say asymmetrical, because the ego itself as a side of the mind is not plugged in like all the other sides of the mind are sort of regimented and plugged in. And so there's a kind of there's an extra kind of power that the parent function in the ego has. It's in some sense, I have to say what I mean, because this is, I'm using generic words that are too vague, but essentially, when I say that, I mean that the parent function in the ego is responsive to the structure of the false ego complex or the metagram circuitry. And so it's kind of like the final boss. It's kind of like the gatekeeper. It has a lot of power which is entrenched in the structure of the false ego complex, or that is linked and correlated to the architecture of the structure. So it's kind of like it's quite a large gatekeeper, essentially. It's the largest gatekeeper, and it can throw its weight around more freely than anything else. So in some sense, it is one of the major defining characteristics of the circuitry itself, or it is at least a node of agency within that circuitry. And so it is a very powerful unilateral, somewhat unilateral force, essentially, within the metagram circuitry. Anyway, um, and that is simply because of how the ego and the superego are asymmetrically um, connected. They're not connected like the other sides of the mind. Hopefully, I have a pretty good diagram, which maybe will be on the recording. Anyway, so what to say about this? Yeah, I almost wish I haven't brought that up, because okay, well, what I've been focusing on primarily now is to work out, let's say, a therapeutic, sort of model and structure of how to intervene. Because in some sense, I think that the ego function parent, you shouldn't even be looking at the parent functions. The parent functions, in some sense, are causative of the structure of the continuing structure of how the structure perpetuates itself and sustains itself. So you can learn something about them, but you're not going to it's not going to be the point of attack in terms of reorientating the structure, or discharging the kind of the robotic sort of. So in some sense, you need to undermine what the parents are doing. Or parent functions, I should be calling them the creator functions. Or they okay. Anyway, and in some sense, the parent function in the ego is the least. It is the least useful. Now, even that can be recontextualized. So what I mean that is that there's no point in trying to undermine the parent function in the ego, because that is a reflection of, essentially, that is a structural symptom that is reflecting what the parent function in the superego has done to its base, or how it leads its base, the base of the superego, the death of the superego. And in some sense, the most important thing are the deaths, are the inferior functions, or the trials. And I think that what the emotional tones in fact are in metagram circuitry, it can be seen as the inferior function itself appreciating its own disposition in response to interacting with the parent functions. So it's kind of like a residual truth that is dormant within the false ego, and it comes out in the. So that's why inferior functions are called ignoring functions, because you have to ignore the only truth that is left in the false ego complex, which is essentially how the inferior functions are being treated. And in some sense, the emotional tones are, in some sense, to understand the, let's say, the trauma or the abuse, or like the true abuse which is being inflicted from the perspective of these functions, which is why they are generally ignored by the overarching structure and the architecture. So in some sense, I think the inferior functions are the only sort of sources of let's say, the only surviving aspects of truth and within the structure. So in some sense, it's the pain of the captivity within the false ego complex. Anyway, and so anyway, now the interesting thing here. Yeah, so I think that in some sense, being able to discharge, having, let's say, some kind of control within the inferior functions, so as to redirect the emotional tones, would then, because if essentially, if the emotional tones aren't being extracted from the inferior functions, then they're not transfixed in the dramatization of that. In some sense, it's a self-caused affectation which is being extracted from them. In some sense, that without being captive to these emotional tones, the rest of the architecture doesn't really function. So anyway, I do think that liberation is from essentially being able to get these inferior functions to inhabit cognitive inflections that aren't just in those emotional tones. And so anyway, the having a greater cognitive range, breaking them out of the limited and fixed sort of atrophied disposition of that particular band of emotional tones, is essentially the almost like the set emotional imprint that is allowing the rest of the functioning to happen. Anyway, okay, so I do think that is the major thing, and how this needs to be tackled, I believe, is, and now this is slightly speculative because I don't know if it's going to be different for each metagram subtype of sattva, rajas, or tamas, or if this is going to be generically true, but I think that the subconscious base, or the subconscious death, which is also the superego's inferior function, that is the baseline trauma that is reflective of that is the real linchpin of the entire false ego complex. Now, and that is almost like the hidden underlying structure, which is also called, within the relay circuitry, I call it the stimulus, the devotion and the declaration. Um, and the priming of that, inferior function is done by the ego's parent function. So the ego parent function is tracing itself inside of that inferior function, and that is what is causing the initial, almost, I want to, because it's hard because these things are happening at the same time. So I want to say that this is the epistemological sort of real cause and proximate cause of the whole thing. But what is much more related, maybe I should say, anyway, these are useless words, and I'm just using them just to try to make a distinction. So like epistemological, the epistemological sort of ground floor as opposed to the ontological ground floor. But when you're in your own sort of mind, phenomenologically, what is much more close to the surface is the ego's base, obviously, which is in some sense the thing that is allowing the parent function in the ego to even operate, because a parent function needs a domain, it needs a context, and that context is provided to it by its inferior, by the inferior function that it is using it as its base, the inferior function of the unconscious side of the mind, which is repurposed as the ego's death or base, because you need a dead image to be the core of the self, the matter of self, which then can be uh, um, plotted around. Anyway, I mean, right now I've already been talking about parent functions and inferior functions, um, which, at least from people from an MBTI perspective, is going to be slightly confusing that I'm so obsessed with just parent functions and inferior functions. Let me just talk about child and dominant functions. So in the setup, you have the inferior function of some other side of the mind, which then is led by the next side of the mind's parent function. So it gets used as a death, I call it, or a base of the next side of the mind. And then the next thing is the child function, which if you see, if I have the diagram up, the big circles are the parent functions, the smaller circles are the inferior functions, and they're next to one another. They have these relays connecting them between the different sides of the mind. And then you have a triangle, which is the child function, and then you have a square, which is the dominant function, or the primary function, or whatever. Now, the child function I also sometimes call the lust, and the square, the dominant function, I also sometimes call the vanity. Anyway, famously with an MBTI, in some of the theory around looping, essentially people can get, I'm not going to make distinctions between my model and MBTI too much, but essentially there is a phenomena which is generally seen, that the dominant function and the child function can interact directly with one another unmediated by the secondary function, which is also called another name for the parent function, or the creative function. And when this happens, you get this kind of internal feedback, which can just kind of spiral. And I think that basically the child function and the dominant function can perhaps I should talk about first how they are naturally or more healthily connected with parent functions and inferior functions. Um, but basically, the child function, I just consider that to be a sense of motivation, a sense of positive, aspirational um, intentionality or purpose. So it's sort of like it's giving you a sense of direction. And then the square, the dominant function, is kind of like the map. So in some sense, the child function is like the compass, and the dominant function is like the map. And it's almost like the scholar scribe that records the experiences of the child function into a systematic model of a backdrop. Um, and so, and then you have a parent function, which is kind of like the actual agent explorer who can actually choose. You know, in some sense, they always have the compass, but they can choose to pick and choose what parts of the map they kind of want to explore within, and they can even sort of cover some of the map from themselves. They don't have to look at the whole map comprehensively. They don't have to study the map. They can kind of subvert selective parts of the map. They can sort of obscure it from themselves and just focus in on the X marks the spot, so they can kind of play with the map a bit. Now, I'll just say that I have about three things to say about what is happening in looping. So, this is probably not a completely accurate way of describing it, but essentially what I think that happens in looping is that the dominant function attunes itself into resonating into a kind of collusion with one of the parent functions, just one of them. And you'll remember that inferior function, which is the base of each side of the mind, which is the inferior function of another side of the mind, is sort of has got two parent functions influencing it. So it's born out of the exchange or the handoff between the imprint of one parent function then being led by another parent function. And so the parent functions themselves are sort of connected one to the other through a kind of either a direct chain of the inferior functions connecting up with the parent functions, and also through a kind of osmosis between how the neighboring side of the mind is going to sort of have that the inferior function itself has to be demarcated and separated from by the local side of the mind. It's called an ignoring function because it's painful, because to go through the trial is painful, and so you have to kind of create a boundary. The parent function has to create a boundary that so that it doesn't get polluted by what's happening in the inferior function. And there's a kind of that's what I call the osmosis. Although, so it's kind of like it's a very indirect form of communication, but essentially in how the parent function is setting up its boundaries is and how it perhaps has to regulate that on an ongoing basis is a way of being responsive to a necessary shielding from its own inferior function. And so it has to say, this is the part of this side of the mind which is connected to the thing that has to be ignored, which is connected to the domain of the inferior function. And so it has to have one eye open as to what's going on inside the inferior function so that it can be shielded from it in some sense. So I do think that the parent function does have to indirectly be responsive to the inferior function, although it's kind of, it's very much sort of indirect and shadowy or whatever. But anyway, that's maybe some speculation that I need to sharpen up or whatever. But essentially, actually, I think this answers the question. That how the parent function needs to do this kind of shielding is that what it needs to shield from the inferior function is that it doesn't want the inferior function, its local inferior function, included within its dominant function, because then life is going to be the standard of responsibility that the parent function is going to have much more curtailed agency. It's going to have much more curtailed creativity. It's not going to be able to haphazardly, selectively chop up and the dominant function. So actually, yeah, I think I have just and this the reverse of this process is that the dominant function should, let's say, be leveled up and evolved and developed in conjunction with the local inferior function, anticipating what is otherwise ignored by the parent function, because then it's a lot harder for the parent function to have a convenient dominant function in its own local domain and its own local context. So you end up having a dominant function which forces the parent function to be on its best behavior. It forces the creative function to act at a higher sophisticated standard of analysis or insight or whatever. And also there would then be a fundamental integration of that parent function with the other sides of the mind, instead of a kind of tug of war. Okay, sorry, I've gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but let me go back to looping. So what is happening in looping is that I believe that the child function and the dominant function is generally either trying to help out its own local parent function by creating a map which already has, let's say, a level of cognitive dissonance or a level of selective editing that is designed to facilitate the kind of operation that the parent function is already used to doing or wants to facilitate, or is the least energy. So it's sort of it's the least it's the most liberal in its application of creativity, and it doesn't have to exert any kind of responsibility, because there's kind of been an exploitation built into the model, the map, the scholar-scribe sort of experience collation that the dominant function represents. So in some sense, this makes the child function very easy to appease for the parent function, to the extent to which that the dominant function is already facilitating, in some sense, the role of the parent function. It's in some sense so that the parent function doesn't even have to do anything. That the dominant function and the child function already have a pseudo parent function in their conjoined properties of so in some sense the child function, the dominant function, become a kind of insulated island, and they just take on a particular stance, they take on a particular disposition, and they can always define what they're doing internally between the dominant function and the child function. The parent function never has to input any kind of responsibility. Anyway, I'm just kind of repeating myself now. So that's what is happening in looping, is that you're sort of spiraling into an infinite regress or a circular reasoning in some sense, and you don't actually have to have the integrated thing which is the parent function that is plugged into all these relays that are plugged into all the other inferior functions. So in some sense, you really do get a kind of cognitive dissonance building up. Okay, so what's the point of this? Now, in some sense, dominant functions are generally going to have this kind of malignant cognitive dissonance, sort of, let's say, collusive property baked into them, because the only reason why they can start to model experiences that are had by the child function, or let's say relative to the child function, you're in the metaphor, you have this compass which is telling you where true north is all the time or whatever, and then you use that to trace and model and draw the features of the terrain of reality according to the compass, using the compass as the reference point. The thing is that this whole structure um, is kind of is fundamentally carried by the parent function. The parent function is actually the surveyor, is the actual sort of thing that is moving you across the terrain itself, is actually um, controlling the purview, or the field of experience that pertains to the base of that side of the mind. Um, so there's going to be a lot of vanity built into the dominant function, or even without this kind of toxic cognitive dissonance of this internal regress between the child and the dominant, that in some sense the dominant function is going to naturally be collusive with its local parent function, and that itself is also a kind of toxicity, because each parent function therefore can get into a tug of war with the other parent functions and the other sides of the mind, and then you just have this kind of internal tug of war forever, and it's not soluble. It's not soluble unless your dominant function is actually trying to merge itself with its local inferior function, which is not the base of its side of the mind, but the inferior function on the other side of the parent function, of its local parent function. That if the dominant function can instead try to kind of be I was about to say be responsible, which is kind of like anthropomorphizing the dominant function, when I've already anthropomorphized the parent functions. But yeah, so basically the dominant function, I mean, in some sense, maybe that's not a bad thing, because in some sense you are sort of fortifying and armoring the dominant function. And the thing is that the local inferior function will be painful to the dominant function. It will damage its structures. It will make the map unreadable. The map will have to be redrafted. The map will have to take on that vagueness, and will have to work through it and create a more meta reading of the terrain, or a more sophisticated scribe scholared, sort of uh, uh, map. Okay, I haven't actually given a full description of what the dominant function is like. Maybe I should just finish what I'm talking about before I talk about the nature of the dominant function as well. Um, so I would say that the dominant function is basically a repository of knowledge, is what it is fundamentally. It's almost like cold hard knowledge, um, from experience. And in some sense, what I'm just saying is that the knowledge that needs to be garnered there needs to be broader than what it is usually to begin with. Um, it needs to be more sensitive to something that is even quite painful for it to merge with, because it dilutes the source of agency of its side of the mind. It's being responsive in some sense to all the parent functions, and not just, when I say all the parent functions, actually not exactly all of them, all of the parent function in the actually, technically it is all the parent functions, but it's confusing to make the distinction that I wanted to make there. But all let's just say all the parent function relays. It needs to be responsible to all the parent function relays, except for the question and the what I used to call the just if, but what I'm now calling the only itself. Anyway, which are essentially not inside the metagram circuitry. They are basically uh, kind of related to how the superego and the ego are sort of asymmetrically conjoined, or connected. That those relays are basically not inside the false ego complex. But anyway, they're kind of the bridge between the superego and the metagram circuitry. Anyway, so my point here is that the dominant function is gaining experience, is homogenizing and cohering around a bank of experience that is tracking its internal sort of dynamics, the internal dynamics between, sort of what would otherwise be a kind of a never-ending tug of war between the parent functions. I call this perfecting the vanity. Which might be poorly expressed, but it's just a way to get the nature of the beast into view, because otherwise it's just always sort of fighting amongst its own sort of six relays. Yeah, even this, I mean, it's slightly more complicated than that, because I mean, it's probably 7 relays. Anyway, in some sense, there are 8 relays, including the superego stuff, and then one in the superego is properly in the superego, and the other one is the connection from the metagram circuitry side, connecting with that properly, sort of superego centered hidden relay. Anyway, hidden from the perspective of the metagram circuitry. Anyway, okay, so let me just continue to describe what is actually going on, the nature of the dominant function. So the dominant function basically is itself, I think, pretty inert. It's just a bank of experience and knowledge. It doesn't actually control anything. It's not a center of control. It's a system that models what is being controlled. It is in some sense so the reason why I call it a system of control and not a center of control is because it doesn't have a single unified. It's a map. Maps don't tell you where to go. you can still decide how you want to interpret the map. Okay, so now obviously that's a metaphor to call the dominant function a map. What it really is it's a single cognitive function that is being used as the summarized theme of all the issues that are happening. It is in some sense, and this is why it's called the dominant function, is because it is the overarching um, medium that everything is happening within. It is the deepest, um, most detailed way to track motion and changes in a way that is significant in terms of its ability to produce um, appreciation or ascertainment of what is happening. So it's sort of it's the last matrix in which you can actually understand what's going on. You can and in some sense what makes the dominant function fundamentally why it's called the vanity is because it's incomplete within itself. It has a fundamental fragmentation. It's in a kind of internal Cold War and conflagration. It has different values. It has different factions within itself, battling itself. And these different factions have gaps between them, between their positions. And the fragmentation and the gaps are necessary because otherwise the whole thing would be static. And the gaps themselves produce a kind of mystery and also the potential of development or evolution or change. So it's kind of like an unfolding chess game or between multiple factions and between a factionalization. So there's a fundamental fragmentation within the dominant function. And without that fragmentation, the whole thing would be inert. The whole structure of the false ego complex would be dead. It wouldn't be capable of even thinking, generally speaking. Um, Actually, maybe I'm speaking a bit too. Anyway, what these gaps eventually end up, how these gaps end up, in some sense, the gap between that fragmentation is what is happening in the inferior function. Because there are issues in those gaps, in those crevices, which, if they were focused on, it would make it impossible to have that kind of fragmented array. The whole array of how the dominant function is calibrated and modeled would collapse without the inferior function essentially being able to operate within those gaps. And I'm trying to say that fundamentally, how I've tracked what's happening in inferior functions is that I don't only know their cognitive function. I do know that I know exactly the cognitive function when I know someone's metatype. I know the cognitive function that is experiencing that is taking on the role of these inferior functions. But then I also know from metagram type what the emotional tone of that inferior function is expressing. And that is, I think, an expression of as I said it earlier, of in some sense, it's an appreciation of the self-caused, it's the residual truth that is lingering over in from the weight of operating the false ego complex architecture, um, is being expressed by these inferior functions. Uh, Okay. Did I cover everything that I want? Okay, so now I'm just going to talk about therapy again. So what's interesting is that the unconscious inferior function, which is the base of the ego, I think that if you can control that, if you can see, or if you know the emotional tones that are being expressed by that, and you can, let's say, control that or disrupt that to, in some sense, cut off the power to the ego function's parent, then the only thing you have to do is, on the other side of that, you have to control the emotional tones that are coming, uh, that are happening on the inferior function in the superego, which is the subconscious base. And that, I think, is maybe the harder one to deal with, because you can sort of monitor your ego fairly easily, and you can do that. You can sort of destimulate the parent function in the ego by sort of monitoring that and being conscious of that. It's much harder, I think, to destimulate the inferior function in terms of the subconscious base. And that is also very much involved because the subconscious is the center for your sense of how of what you be, your self-image, your identity, in some sense. And you know perhaps you need an alternative identity in order to unplug from this dramatization of this, sort of this baseline trauma. In some sense, I think the baseline trauma is essentially of that is holding up, that is the linchpin of the false ego complex, is the emotional tone experienced by the stimulus, by the subconscious base, the superego inferior function. And I think that the superego inferior function, or the subconscious base, is a reflection is a direct reflection of the trauma. It is a reflection of the trauma of what the superego parent function is doing to the ego's sin. Um, so that the superego parent function is doing, you see, usually a parent function is leading its base, and usually the base that it is leading is another side of the mind's inferior function. But the superego is asymmetrical. The superego does not lead the ego's inferior function, it leads the ego's sin. So it's got a kind of, the superego is imposing a sin on the ego anyway, which is also why I think that the parent function in the ego has an extra latitude of in some sense, it is the I think you would call it something like the blind mouse. It can do whatever it wants, seemingly. But it's kind of it's an illusion by the structure. Anyway, that's a sort of a gambling sort of that's a term from uh, what's it called, from grifters, from con men. Anyway, so the real thing that you are trying to treat, uh, but you have to in some, because you have to stop the core. The real underlying cause is the dominant. Is the parent function. What the parent function in the superego is doing, to the ego's sin. And at some point, you actually have to finish the mystery, which is, let's say, the mysteries are held within the dominant functions, the fragmentation that's going on in all the dominant functions. But so, these things are somewhat need to be sorted out simultaneously, and the dominant functions also have to be perfected well enough that they can be, that you can actually see what's going on inside of you. Because if the dominant functions are colluding in the tug of war between different parent functions, then you can never see all the parent functions relaying to one another well enough that you can track the structure of what's going on, that you can actually get a hold of these things. So you have to kind of calm the seas and make them still, well enough that you can tackle it as a structure in the right kind of way. But yeah, so, and then at the end of the day, you have to stop the inferior functions from being fixed into this captivation and this transfixion of this kind of trauma of this, because in some sense the inferior functions are having to react to the structure of the, which is fundamentally first imposed by the superego parent function imprinting its leadership over the base of itself, which is the ego sin, which is what has allowed the ego's parent function to exert an excess of sort of flagrant, um, sort of stewarding of the reflection of that primary imposition. Um, so everything is thematically related, I would say, obviously to the superego's dominant function, but before that, the parent function in the superego imprinting itself on the base of the superego. But you also have to clean up the symptoms, simultaneously, and the primary reflection of that. And the primary reflection of that, I would say, is the, how the parent function in the ego, um, is priming and extracting the reaction of the, inferior function, in the superego, or the base of the subconscious, is priming the base of the subconscious, um, and causing it to experience these. So yeah, that's going that inferior function in the subconscious, in the superego, or the base of the subconscious, has essentially, I think that is the fundamental trauma of the, what I would generally call the positive. When I say positive, I don't mean good. I mean positive, just as in, like, that the superego is like the negative of an image, and then when you develop the negative, you get a positive image. So when I just say positive, I just mean it's the projection of the negative from the negative. So I think that the subconscious base is the is the is the actual starting point of the life within the false. It is the prime. Uh, it is something like the prime death. But it gets obscured that it is actually the prime death because the ego develops first, and the ego, and in some sense that death is being imprinted upon it by the parent function in the ego, which has to have its own base in order to operate. So this is the thing that obscures the whole structure of the false ego complex, is because how it operates is, let's say, not is not ontologically, it doesn't have an ontological fidelity. Or perhaps I should, I'm using these words very poorly. Maybe I should rather say it doesn't have an epistemological fidelity, and the ontology is just lost, is just confused. Or at least it's obscured. Okay, I mean, I was trying to. Now, you see, I have been able to say all of this and go through all of this, and I think that this all sounds fine and this all sounds roughly correct. I think that's without having to explain exactly how the superego is connected with the ego, and that, is because that is a process that has to also explain why at some point some types develop as tamasic types and some types develop as rajasic and some develop as sattvic, and and that I think generally just has to do with I mean, I think I did explain it in another recording, but essentially that in what I just spoke about, I spoke about how the parent function in the ego has to supply this death, or supply the subconscious with its base, but that is actually the linchpin. That is actually the first ontological part of the ground zero. Now, the problem is that if you need to have that to begin with, but it needs to come from the parent function in the ego, that means that when it happens for the first time, the parent function in the ego has to do something as if the thing that it's about to do has already happened. So it's kind of like a game within a game, or anything, like a play within a play or something. It has to presuppose. So it has to believe that it's mimicking something that hasn't happened yet. So it has to create a anyway, and this basically means that and so specifically the relay of the oath, because I mean also the parent function itself can't even do anything if it doesn't have a context, if it doesn't have a base to begin with. So its local, its base, its the unconscious inferior function has to be virtually primed with a lie. So the oath, which is the relay between the ego parent function and the unconscious inferior function, has to have within itself a virtual um, anticipation of what the devotion, which is the relay between the parent function in the ego, that is imprinting the subconscious base, or so the oath itself has to have a virtual devotion. targeted on it. So I believe that it is in fact the oath that decides if someone is tamasic, rajasic, or uh, or sattvaic, because what the oath will do is the oath will create a virtual anchor, because in some sense, even though that I say that the subconscious base is essentially the epistemological linchpin, is the actual ground floor of the image of the functioning of the false ego complex, it is connected with everything else. So you just need to start somewhere. You need to start somewhere in order to have, you need to virtually be able to start from somewhere in order to generate the sympathetic image of what um, the subconscious base will contain. And so the oath is basically is the election of what that virtual focus will be, because it doesn't have to be the subconscious inferior that is the focus. It just has to be something that can generate that subconscious image. And so the subconscious image, I think, will always feel the weight of that, the subconscious inferior function will be right from the start, let's say, magnetically connected with its actual ontology, with its actual process of being generated, which is coming first from the oath, which has to invent itself, because otherwise the parent function can't generate the now again, what I am saying might itself, man, I hate putting this caveat here because it might be wrong, because it might, what I'm saying might just be true for sattva types and tamas and rajas, that what I'm saying is formulaically true, but it has to be reapplied depending for each guna. But I think that this is generically true, that um, this is why everyone has a developed ego. This is why the ego is, in this is why in, for example, MBTI, the four sides of the mind model of MBTI, why everyone asks, well, like, why is it that some people seem to have seem to be preoccupied with one other side of the mind, but the ego is always majorly represented. The ego is always strong, and the other side, and and there are different people that have some emphases on other sides of the mind, it seems, or preoccupations with other sides of the mind, but that the ego is always the central driving thing. So anyway, and this is essentially because the ego develops is develops first. Um, okay, I think I've tired myself out, but I think I've covered everything that I wanted to cover. Okay, so now I'm going to sort of contradict myself a bit, because I've been thinking on it for some time now. This is an addendum. I'm just going back to sort of retouch some things about the dominant function, the parent function, the child function. So, so I mean, it's almost a contradiction when I say, well, it's at very least confusing when I describe the dominant function as being a control system but not a control center. And in some, so I do see dominant functions as basically being fundamentally inert. They are modeling, they are mapping everything. They are the summarization of everything. And so it's a very sort of convenient touchstone where everything is where there are fundamental characters that are, or factions that are interacting within the fragmentation of the dominant function. That the map is made out of the dominant function. So it is capable of bestowing a lot of power over something within its paradigm that is regarded as a very powerful coalescing, sort of force or faction or something like that. So, I mean, the reason why the dominant function is called the dominant function is because it is all encompassing, essentially. Now, the so in some sense, the dominant function will have within itself, within its map, perhaps a model of all the characters that are even part of the local side of the mind and how they somewhat interact with one another. Anyway, what gives the parent function its kind of its ability to even selectively edit the dominant function and kind of, it's almost, I see the dominant function. Now this is, this contradicts what I even just said right now, but you can almost see that the dominant function is kind of like the apex king, and the parent function or the creative function is the regent, and the regent is able to sort of to pass information on to the king in a reframed way in order to orchestrate or to calculate in a calculated way, control the reality that the king, or contain or encapsulate the ambit of the power of the king or something like that. Okay, so that's just a way of me depicting that. But the reason why the parent function has this ulterior ability to kind of reorientate reality with regard to why it's able to sort of selectively edit the map that the dominant function represents, is because the parent function is necessary to control the base of that side of the mind, the death of that side of the mind, that this is all predicated on. So in some sense, the parent function has a hand over the lever that is, let's say, the base material that the map is constructed from, that, sort of the map is made out of parchment, and the parent function has a direct control over the parchment itself. So it can sort of say, well, that bit of the parchment, you haven't paid for that, like I can't afford that section of it, so it can play this. So this is a bit of a mixed metaphor, but it can play with the substrate that the map is drawn up over. Anyway, the another aspect of the dominant function, which is important to talk about, is that the dominant function is basically, the reason why I call it a control system and that it's a map is because it is almost like raw power and raw ability and raw capability and raw, and it's actually, this is a bit lost when I use the map metaphor, but it's like a generalized toolkit, that it has the dominant function has an ability to deal with things that go beyond the false ego complex, because the false ego complex child function and parent function that's dealing with the base of the the repurposed inferior function of the other side of the mind that is used as the base, parchment for even developing the dominant function. Well, the dominant function has drawings and models and maps built on top of that parchment that go beyond the parents that go beyond the parents' interests, that go beyond the child's interests, and in some sense, it tries to show tangential tangents of relatedness to the false ego complex. The dominant function is capable of saying how similar this is to something that is related to the false ego complex. So it thematically expands the reach and the relevance of the entire world. It relates the entire world in the language, or in the relevance and in the pertinence and the degrees of pertinence to the false ego complex. So one of the scriptural definitions of what vanity means is that vanity means subjecting the same in hope. So I call the dominant function the vanity because it is a codex of what is the same, of what things are the same as other things relative to the child function, essentially. Now, the parent can crinkle up the map. It can fold the map and make things look that are actually distant. They can seemingly bring them closer by deforming the map itself. So that's why I say the dominant function is almost inert, at least relative to the creative function, relative to the parent function. The parent function can sort of circumscribe and distort and selectively edit the map, essentially. But also the map itself might have defects in it. The map itself can be collusively trying to favor and provide a convenient model so that the parent function doesn't have to try to play games with the map, because the map is already embellished for the convenience of the parent function. And in some sense, when it does that so the parent function doesn't even have to do anything. The parent function can just, because in some sense there's a resonant element of collusion that is in fact between the dominant function and the child function, which is in some sense doing what the parent, so it's like you've got a bit of a sort of a corrupted sort of internal, anyway, I can't think of nice ways to describe it, but basically the child function and the parent function are acting together in a way that makes a pseudo parent, so that the parent can essentially so that the parent doesn't have to, so the parent can tell itself that it's not acting when it's not acting, because it actually isn't acting, but essentially the dominant function and the child function are acting on behalf of a pseudo parent. So there's an implicit sort of imprint of anyway, I think that's very much connected with themes of cognitive dissonance. And sort of confabulation in a lot of that, the looping between the child and the dominant function might be a mechanism that's also close to how my working theory for narcissism is that they have one active foot in the false ego complex, but because of something like the child dominant looping, they don't branch out into other sides of the mind, because they're still pretty much got one foot in the connection between the false ego complex and the superego. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that right now, but that the beast, or the only itself, superego parent function that is imprinting itself on its base, that then their oath, something like the oath in the ego, is almost like a conditioned oath that hasn't developed an independent it has a tentative investment into a virtual devotion, because you need to have a virtual devotion to get the thing off the ground, that then would make you sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic. And narcissists, I think, they have a conditional oath, which means that as soon as they get rooted into whatever sattva, rajas, or tamas persona, they can't uh, they can't fully invest into full metagram circuitry. That they get stuck in one side of the mind, because the condition has to already be met for them to get fully invested, and they have to replicate the kind of power that the superego has, the superego parent function has, and which is what they're trying to do through essentially their collective child function, or their communal. Perhaps it's also a communal child and dominant function. Yeah, anyway, like so, the narcissistic supply. So essentially, that condition on their oath essentially means that they can't have their own child function. So they need the other people's child functions to supplement for their lack of their own development of a child function, and then they're stuck in that side of the mind. Because if they actually generated their own child function, they wouldn't be able to play the meta game of pulling the rug out from reality and starting it again, which is basically the power that the superego has over the false ego complex. And the narcissist wants to keep that power. Or at least it wants to keep the power of the superego child function. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So this is on the. Okay, I slightly misspoke in framing that about. In some sense, I almost confused the narcissistic thing with the borderline thing, because it's the borderline that identifies with the superego parent function doing the thing, to having the control to impose the thing on the death, whereas the narcissist, that has already happened, the imprint has already occurred, but the superego child function has been developed, and awareness of it has been created, and essentially probably combined with the dominant function of the superego to some degree. The power that the child function has over being able to definitively navigate and in some sense be the irresistible value that is predominant within the dominant function of the superego, which is essentially the dominant function might agnostically track all values, but it tracks them in contradistinction to the child function, which is the embodiment of the highest value, or something like that. And so, the experience that is recorded within the dominant function to make the model and the map is essentially how same it is. Like how does this relate to how similar is it to the child function? How relatable is it to the child function? Anyway, so for the reason that the imprint on what is the ego's inferior function, sorry, it's not the ego's inferior, what is the ego's sin, which is the base of the superego, because it's got that asymmetry there, that it's not on the imprint isn't happening on the ego's inferior function, it's happening on the ego's sin. Like the thing about the sin is that it is the sin of the ego is the symbolic fundamental failure and defeat of the ego's child function. That's what sin is. Sin is is essentially the awareness of sin is the awareness that the child function has failed, or has been failed by the rest of the side of the mind. That the thing didn't happen. And in some sense, the inferior function is sort of the looming impossibility that the child function can be facilitated. That's why it's called the trial. But in some sense, I mean, this might be why the superego, either people like borderlines and narcissists that I suspect are basically superego invested, that their awareness is still, the narcissist is certainly 1 foot in the superego and 1 foot at the beginning of a false ego metagram circuitry complex, and the borderline is perhaps even more focused on the superego, and more invested in the superego, is potentially because that the superego sin itself is either going to be the subconscious child function, or it's going to be the superego's sin. So if the superego is in sin, then obviously naturally your focus should be redirected into the thing that actually has a functioning value system, a functioning child function, which would be the false ego complex with the metagram circuitry. So, it's sort of like the thing though that makes it asymmetrical, that which should tend people to develop into the metagram circuitry, is that if you or maybe what I just said should be the opposite of what I just said, but essentially because if you start off in the superego and you're aware of your superego, the ego has already fallen, because the superego imposes on the ego that it has that it is in sin. And perhaps that is that initial bar to developing metagram circuitry and a proper false ego complex with a positive side of itself, with the metagram circuitry functioning, is essentially that the sin of the superego needs to kind of build up to the point, or the awareness of the superego sin needs to build up to counteract the resistance of the ego sin, so that the ego can start to kind of try to ignore its own sin and sort of let that be part of a kind of its parent function has to build up enough shielding um, to sort of it has to create a certain basic kind of cognitive dissonance within the ego's dominant function, to shield it from the superego, so that it can actually start to develop a local side of the mind. And I think all the problems are right at the beginning of the development of the personality, because right at the beginning, the you're going to have this oath that has a virtual devotion that it's using to kickstart and to initiate, its own devotion, because it needs an oath and a devotion to really seed the positive image from the negative imprint that is represented by the superego. But the superego has to already sort of be aware of its own sin, or to have sort of the decadence of the superego is needed in order to move on into, because the superego is fundamentally entrenched in imposing the beast, the sin of the base of itself, which is the beast, out of the sin of the ego. So the ego starts in sin, and only when the superego's own sin seems, because I do think that people, very young children, they get sick of themselves. They get bored of being captive in this tiny pond. So they let go of, and they indulge in the game of persona. They indulge in developing their ego, even though they know that it's sort of, that the ego is destined and doomed, and that even the functioning of their let's say psychological schema, which is made up of only a superego and an ego, or a burgeoning ego that's getting itself off the ground, is that the ego has to is that the ego is already in sin, but it has to start by creating some kind of protective insulation against its own sin, and indulge in this virtual devotion that it can use to have an oath, so that it can even have an authentic devotion, and charge up its subconscious, and to develop a subconscious identity, essentially, which is the real root of the whole positive image, of the metagram circuitry. Positive as opposed to the superego being metaphorically the negative, the positive developed image of, which essentially is fully, the full character of which is basically is grown from the subconscious inferior, the subconscious base, which is the superego inferior function. Okay, so which is just to emphasize a point that I said earlier on, then obviously the subconscious base, or the superego inferior that is used as the subconscious base, is a kind of reflection of the trauma that the superego parent function imposes on the ego, in terms of imposing sin on the ego, or having an image of sin of the ego, that is also probably necessary, in this process of the parent function and the ego having to invent its own oath that is premised on a virtual devotion, which it has to basically invent all on its own to get the thing initiated, to get the whole thing rolling. Um, so I mean that's the problem with probably the subconscious core, or the subconscious base, is that the devotion is the closest thing to, let's say, the secret virtual devotion that is involuted within the oath, that was all invented by the ego's parent function, but that is sort of the closest thing within the positive image, the positive developed false ego complex, which has, let's say, any correspondence that it has with any kind of real truth is that essentially that hidden within that devotion is, let's say, it's too complicated actually, but that the devotion is a kind of dramatization based on that weird mechanism that I keep on talking through, with the oath that has its virtual devotion built inculcated within its structure. So the real devotion has a sympathy with the virtual devotion, which is, let's say, the immediate reaction that the parent function emitted these activities and these operations in response to coping with what the superego parent function did to it. So anyway, that's quite a complicated sort of set of but so to unravel the devotion, because I do think that the devotion does need to, the devotion is sitting on that powder keg of that twisted ontological process. That generated it. So I think it's just that has to be dealt with. And the unconscious inferior function, which is the ego's base. Because if you do that, you can essentially discharge the parent function. The ego's parent function finally gets dealt with. It finally, because it is in some sense the locus of the false ego complex, or at least the positive image, the prime symptom of the false ego complex, which is the positive developed image of the metagram circuitry, is all centered around the ego's parent function. And that is how I think, if you can control those two things and know the context of what's wrong with them, so that you can actually monitor them and control them, then you've found a way to basically corner the ego parent function. And then you just have to deal with the prime problem, or the underlying problem, which you can't get to this underlying problem until you've done what I've just said, I think. So what I've just stated, although it's convoluted and complicated as hell, it's that is a necessary. You have to deal with you have to deal with that symptom before you deal with the true underlying cause. Because if you just deal with the true underlying cause, the thing is that these symptoms have the positive developed false ego complex is such an engrossing activity and set of operations that you have to basically perform that triage of what I just, all that bullshit of talking about understanding the devotion well enough that you can sort of have conscious control over it and conscious anyway that you can sequester and isolate the ego parent function and its toxicity. Anyway, then you can deal with the original issue, which is the superego imprinting the sin against the ego. So you solve for the ego's sin after you stop after you close the faucet, of the ongoing sort of tug of war. So yeah, and I actually think that what the parent function of the superego was doing to its base, which is the ego's sin, is actually quite a that is the main theme that particular false ego complex can basically be described by those two functions. Like thematically, that is the deepest metaphysical overarching issue that the person is sort of saddled with. And it's probably quite simple. It's probably incredibly, sort of, I want to say, it's probably quite vague and general and sort of infantile. It's probably just a kind of, it's a gesture. It's a very, it's like a sentiment. It's a very basic sentiment that entrapped, or at least that captivated, because it was that relationship that was used as the central axle of the entire structure and architecture. Is that one of your cognitive dimensions of psychological reality let itself be led around by the nose by another dimension of psychological reality 2 dimensions away? Or don't know if what I'm describing is that you have one dimension of psychological reality, which is the base or the death or the core image, and then you have another dimension, which would be the child function, and you have another dimension, which would be the dominant function, and then you have another dimension, which is the parent function or the creative function. And it's the creative that has gone over 2 other dimensions of psychological reality to take control and lead by the nose a base dimension. And that basic imprint that parent function does, I mean, I do think that essentially that is the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is that kind of connection. Because then I think the child function, the dominant function, basically become the knowledge of good and evil. The child function is telling you what is good, and the dominant function is telling you how far away from that good you are. And therefore how evil something is by mapping out the experience of what you know to be good. And this is only possible if you can peg the base to be a dead image, to be used as a point of reference, as a stable point of reference. It has to be atrophied. It has to, and I do actually think that also. I mean, the reason why I call the superego base the beast is because I do think that it gets very, very intricate, because it's sort of it's almost like, I mean, this is a bit of a strange metaphor, but some in Europe they have these very archaic salt mines that lasted, that were mined hundreds or like multiple hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, ancient salt mines. And what some of the miners did, I guess, when they had nothing better to do, or when they just is they actually carved these incredibly intricate, almost like palaces, or with columns and with emblems, and sort of so you've got all of these structures that are you know ornamentally carved out of something that's sort of buried deep underneath the ground. That is what the beast is like. Is that it's inert, it's dead, it's atrophied, but you can chip away at it to create complicated structure out of it. And it's all dead. It doesn't move, but it's sort of you can chip away at it and pretend that you've created sort of a substitute for life, or something like that, a living scene, or something that's deeply ornamental. But and I think that essentially what is made up of that, especially as in the normal course of development of people's false ego complexes, is that beast develops what is written in Revelations. It develops 7 heads and 10 crowns and 10 horns, and like you can, that it's very intricate, it's very complicated. It has all these, it develops an awareness of all the nodes of all, it has a map. It's not quite the same thing as a dominant function kind of map. I guess a map is not really the right word for it, but it's almost like a frozen pantheon of all the component parts of the giant machine. So it has, let's say, a cold, solid, concrete sort of depiction. And now, just to contradict myself, another way of modeling what this beast is that you have to have a self, you have to have an imprint of what you have to turn yourself with let's say the breath of life in it, that is capable of having liberty and freedom and discerning on all the dimensions of psychological reality. That has to become, that freedom has to be etched away in order to have a stable structure that can be part of a habitual patterned cognitive reproducing loop that's stuck eating its own tail. And what you need to do that is you need a sense of self that is an itself. So instead of yourself, you have to get an itself. And in some sense, your model of life has to be reduced into only a thing in itself, a model of some itself. So the only, it's, I call it now, so the beast, how I refer to it in terms of the influence that the parent function is imprinting onto it, I call it the only itself. That the relationship between the parent function and the beast is that the parent function is telling it how it is only itself. That is what it is what is setting it into an atrophied state, into a frozen state. And that itself can also obviously therefore be a model of themselves, because it, at least if you look at this within the prism of a dominant function, it can be generalized into everyone. Anyway, I don't think that the beast does that itself, but with the dominant function, it would do that, I think. Anyway, so this is quite a so yeah, I mean, I haven't given this part of my thinking too much thought, but I do think that basically the parent function in the superego needs to be rehabilitated, and when it is rehabilitated, it basically becomes what it once was, which is the tree of life. And yeah, I mean, rehabilitating, I guess in some sense, it's the relationship between those two dimensions. Yeah, I mean, I do think it would probably center around cleansing the dominant function in the superego, that you essentially have a reorientated dominant function in the superego that is also, I think, what is spoken of when what is mentioned. The dominant function in the superego should become the New Jerusalem. But yeah, need more functional descriptions of these things. That obviously you have to recode how the base is. Yeah, I wonder if there needs to, if that is the way of healing it, is just working out a new relationship between the parent function and the base. A new sort of order of working relationship around a new value in the child function. Or if you just don't even have a child function and you don't have a base, you just have a dominant function, and you leave those two things. I mean, the description of the crucifixion, I think, might be related to this. 3 days in the grave. If the inferior function in the ego is the first day in the grave, and then the sin of the ego is the second day, and then the child function in the superego is the third day. Then, I mean, depending on how you count it, it could either be the child function, which is the day that is resurrected, or half the child function, or just the dominant function. Anyway. you think that the dominant function is a big piece of it? Anyway, I'll think about this. This is an addendum. I'm awfully tired, but I just feel like while I have this running in my head, I must get it out because I did so poorly in distinguishing borderline from narcissism, or at least said some things that were slightly confused. So, and I think I've slightly revised some of my thinking on it. I think that the narcissist could probably be seen as having within the superego a collusion between the child function and the dominant function, and the borderline also has perhaps a similar collusion, but it has a different sort of strategic expression in terms of the metagram circuitry. So I think that essentially I think borderlines essentially are a kind of are using a very similar version of what the narcissist is doing, but on a much more in a much more iterated fashion of being able to construct anyway. So I would even perhaps go so far as to say that borderlines might even be capable of and I don't want to go down that sort of that speculative arm at the moment, I guess, but I mean I've just seen it in the behavior that borderlines seem to be able to have such varied iterations of their own, let's say, metagram circuitry, or their identity within the positive developed image of their false ego complex. And they are obviously operating this from the superego, but essentially if they don't get what they want, if they don't get the kind of seemingly the narcissistic supply, that the collaboration from their environment that they are explicitly or innately demanding, then they have the capability to sort of to flip the table, to flip over the game that is being played from the superego perspective, and in some sense to seemingly use the parent function in the superego to re-imprint the base of the superego and to set up a new dominant function in their superego, whereas the narcissist doesn't have that ability or have that desire to restart the superego. Their superego is set, is actually is fixed on a particular constellation, or it's set in a particular stable setup from the superego perspective. And essentially they've got a stable collusion between their child function and their dominant function in their superego. And although I always used to describe narcissism, or at least recently I have, in terms of it representing the rigidity and the concreteness of the base of the superego, or the death of the superego, which is also what I call the beast, because that beast is also, in some sense, a full summary of all the of the base sense of self that is supporting, well, eventually the parent of the superego, but also, well, in the case of the narcissist, it's supporting the child function and the dominant function in the superego, which is what I think the narcissist is actually identifying with. The narcissist is identifying with operating the false ego complex from the perspective of the dominant function in the superego. And it's not capable of preserving that empowered focus, how, that particular perch of how it purviews what's going on in the superego, it does not want to sell itself into the bondage of the ego and into the positive image, the development of a positive image that reflects that negative imprint from the superego. It doesn't want to do that translation unless it can have the same recourse to the child dominant function collusion in the superego. So unless it can replicate that level of control, and in some sense it tries to replicate that level of control by essentially never having a child function in its ego. It doesn't develop its own child function. It supplements for the lack of its child, but it still wants to engage in something that is like an ego. It still has a kind of a hybrid, half-bred ego, but that half-bred ego is powered on an environmental, collaborated child function that is being outsourced, essentially. And in some sense, maybe the narcissist can also get into other sides of the mind within the subtext of the drama that involving other people in this external or this externalization of the psychology of the narcissist, that there's almost there's a weird kind of external tracing of perhaps getting into the aspects of the other sides of the mind which are somewhat embodied by the drama that is agitated and orchestrated by this shared, I mean, you could call it a kind of shared psychosis, perhaps even, but let's just say it's an externalization of the narcissist schema in relation to their ego, not in relation to the superego that is kept internalized. And so I think that manifests as basically a kind of solipsism. Anyway, now the borderline, I think, is actually capable of operating the positively developed image of the metagram circuitry like a puppet, and it's capable of even going into all the different places in the false ego complex in the metagram circuitry. It has all four sides of the mind. It just, when it's dealing with those three sides of the mind that make up the positive developed image, if it doesn't like the content thereof, or it doesn't like where it's headed, it doesn't like how the story is unfolding, then it reserves the right to re-imprint the superego's beast, to re-fragment the superego's dominant function, and in some sense to radically reframe the child function in the superego, which could in essence also be described as having the same child function, but because you change the beast and because you change. So you could also argue that perhaps it's a collusion between the parent function and the child function in the superego, but in some sense these things are almost like this is almost like sort of Freudian psychoanalysis. You can always there are multiple ways of potentially describing it, and you can just kind of you can almost just lay interpretation onto this, because there are potential multiple ways that you can lay it out, and it formulaically adds up to the same computational process. Because these things are essentially working in tandem. They're working as a and just to use the metaphor of magnetism and and electricity, like the electric flow causes a magnetic field, and a magnetic field causes an electric flow. So it's sort of, you can say, well, the child function is being magnetically induced by the parent function's electrical imposition on its base, on the beast, on which is also the ego sin, or whatever. And so in some sense, I think perhaps what a borderline has also done is that when they develop their false ego complex, in terms of when they're developing the transition between the superego and the ego, they don't like the idea of having to sort of bootstrap and have a virtual devotion within their oath. They don't like that process of having the initiating set up that initiates the ego as a solid, stable identity. And so what they perhaps do is and in some sense, it has to do with the parent not wanting to the ego parent, the parent in the creative function, parent function in the ego, does not like, let's say, being overshadowed by the superego imposing a sin on it as it's creating the base of the superego. And so the ego doesn't like inheriting this baggage, or at least the borderline wants an ego that is invulnerable or impervious, that is not accountable for its own sin. And so that has to basically be externalized. And how that is externalized is that it does not take that burden seriously. It instead creates an oath that, instead of an oath being coalescing around a virtual devotion, it makes its virtual devotion is predicated in externalizing the accountability for how the superego is treating the ego onto an external locus of control that is an environmental agent. You're basically externalizing a part of the narrative that is needed to initiate the positively developed image of the false ego complex. But because you're not willing to do those mechanics yourself, you rely on a narrative gimmick, or a narrative instead of bootstrapping that and swallowing that and doing it as part of your own ontology, you instead make it part of a kind of ongoing environmental narrative. So you need to, this is why perhaps borderlines need to constellate themselves around a host or an audience, and I mean, I have to sort of slightly speculate, because I'm not sure exactly what the baseline mechanism is, but it's either that the child function of the ego is dependent on a scapegoat, and that the oath, which is how the parent function, the oath is the parent function taking leadership over its base, which is the unconscious side of the mind's inferior function, which becomes the base or the death, or the core of the ego side of the mind. And that oath needs to happen so that the parent function can even have a base of operation to function from. And for that to happen, sort of, you also need to have a subconscious that that has formed, which hasn't formed yet. But you also basically need a subconscious to because otherwise, without the subconscious, you don't get the other sides of the mind, because it all comes around, it all comes full circle. And like, so you need an oath, and the oath in some sense needs uh, I mean, the oath would perhaps also like to have a proper imprint, an image already populated for it to lead. The first time it has to be virtual, but the second time there should actually be something there, and there's only going to be something there if the unconscious has got an inferior that is being populated by the subconscious parent, because the subconscious parent comes in to fill in the vacuum um, within the context of the unconscious. So you do also need an unconscious, and you do also need a subconscious, so that you can even have a stable oath that grounds the ego. Anyway, but yeah, so there's a distinction between perhaps the yeah. Anyway, the very first time the oath is happening, it has to basically be fabricated out of nothing, out of a virtual setup. So you have to already kind of have a so for let's say an ordinary person that develops a metagram circuit, they are mimicking something that is in some sense purely imagined. That you fake it until it's made the second time around, but the first time around it's fake. And you kind of come up against that fakeness, and in some sense it's represented to you by the sin of the ego, because the ego is already in sin. And that is actually, you're quite conscious of that as you are faking it for the first time. You know that the whole thing is an unsustainable game. You know that the whole thing is a self-delusion, essentially, is a that you're even virtually engaging in a wishful context, in a completely fabricated sort of narrative that you're just sort of imaginatively engaged in. But it's a kind of game that you know that it's not a game as well. You know that you're kind of the game is to believe that you are playing a game as if it was for real, and therefore you've kind of actually cast a spell over your own memory of even that event. Sort of is insulated by the sort of the fundamental self-deception that whole project and purport of developing this oath, that has an imprint or a predicate within that oath, which has a virtual devotion, but it's a real oath with a virtual devotion inculcated within it. Now, that in some sense at least requires taking upon yourself the burden of the sin of the ego. You have to directly confront that. You have to directly sort of run up against that. And I think children generally do this because they get bored of their superego. They literally get bored of having maybe one foot in the ego and not being able to actually play the adult game as it is seen around them. Because they can't believe in the ego because they know that it's in sin. So they don't step into it. Now, the borderline, in some sense, never fully steps into it. They play the game. They induce themselves to pretend that they are really playing the game. But for them, it never becomes that permanent in some sense, and therefore they need, let's say, like a narrative propitiation. They need a scapegoat on hand to say, well, no, I'm just playing the game, and you're the reason why I'm playing the game. And so it's like they have a child function in their ego, but it's underwritten by the agency of some external actor or some external agent. And in some sense, this is all to escape the sin of the ego, because they want, in some sense, somebody else to play the role of, to take on the burden of their superego dominant function, which they are still aware of. And if that superego dominant function, if they can't express it well enough, or if other people, if they have expressed it well enough, but other people aren't willing to take on the burden of it, aren't willing to be accountable to that, then they reserve the right to push the reset button to repress or re-imprint their own superego base core, the beast. That they are willing to reset the beast and to refragment their own dominant function in their superego, almost as a terrorist tactic, because they're like, okay, well, if you're not going to pick up the tab, if you're not going to be accountable, then I'm going to push the reset button on my identity. Then I'm going to sort of change the fundamental label, the fundamental so you can't send the bill to my address because I've changed the address of my ego. And yeah, so they essentially they even hold themselves ransom in this tactic, because they do so at the expense of having to recapitulate a whole ego in some sense. Now, I think that they see, this is why I think that they are fundamentally aware of their own malevolence, because when they do this, they are designing their dominant function in their superego. They don't do this haphazardly. They often are shifting towards an identity that is very strategically designed. It's in some sense, it's designed by the parent function in the superego. It's designed as a kind of Machiavellian style of sort of cat and mouse, where now they've got a backstory, they've got an origin for this particular fragmentation of the dominant function in their superego, which wants to ingratiate itself and be installed in somebody else's moral moral processing. Essentially, they want somebody else to be responsible to their superego, and their ego is just there to facilitate a kind of parasitic attachment so that they can control somebody else through their superego. And they're basically using their ego and their superego to kind of play games of decompartmentalization and attaching to a host that will take on the burden of their superego, which they could also potentially completely control by just signaling through their ego. The problem is that their ego doesn't have the level of sophistication and the same level of manipulation that the superego has, because the superego can't express itself directly. It has to go through the ego. So it has to use insinuation. It has to use a kind of crude emotional blackmail, so to condition a kind of compliance with the very sophisticated superego. I won't ever believe that a borderline is not, when you see borderlines that seemingly are torturing themselves and going through such hard times, this is really representative of the high standard that they have in terms of the level of compulsion that they wish to see exerted on their environment. All the kind of pain and trauma that they put themselves through, these are in some sense, harbingers of the kind of enslavement of the host that they wish. It's almost like they are trying to signal like a peacock's tail. They are trying to uh, attract the right kind of white knight that will. Um, it's interesting because all of that, let's say, self torture and trauma that they put themselves through. Um, you can see this when they are entreating potential hosts. That when they first interact, uh, how uh, submissive they are and complementary they are, and how well they coordinate and correspond. And even as they might do that, with their high standard attached, because they don't want to be hosted by just anyone. They want to be hosted by someone who's actually capable of supplying all their high standards. But if they think that they are um, anyway, so let's just say that they have a very voracious child function in their superego that wants to see a lot of reflective manipulation, um, that is facilitated by their ego attaching to somebody. Um, and so they need a host that has a very sensitive child function, that has such a sensitive child function, that has so much spare capacity. So I mean, this is why I think that they do all the dancing that they do. When I said I'm trying to make the metaphor of like how they say that bees dance in order to signal where the honey is, and it's quite a complicated dance, and it has quite a lot of directional information laden within that complicated dance. That is the kind of, let's say, self-induced trauma, and also the kind of the layers of curiosity and the layers of sophistication that borderlines have in their behavior, is because they are they have a very exacting high standard of what they want delivered to them. And yeah, well, anyway, so I mean, I guess what I think I am describing is that essentially the borderline is kind of centered between the parent function in the superego and the child function of the superego. And between those two, they can kind of reforge the beast or the death or the base of the superego, even. Or they can at least remask it. They can refurnish it, or re-imprint it. Or maybe it's not the beast that gets remanufactured. It's just the dominant function is just basically like a pansy. It's just there to be fluidly um, shaken up and reorientated and refragmented, just to disguise what are actually. I mean, I've spoken about this in some of my recordings long and long ago, about how it's kind of that perhaps there are even set pantheons of dominant functions that are just revolved between. That it's not that it's, oh, this is a fragmented dominant function and then it's a completely newly refragmented dominant function. It's not. It actually are. They're just ulterior fragmentations. There are ulterior or alternative configurations that are switched between in order to facilitate the current mood of the parent function, where essentially the child function largely just has a kind of on and off switch, in terms of it's interesting because I think that the child function, even at the start of how they try to find a host, is that they will use that child function to support their host in their superego, and then they kind of invert it, and then they're like, well, you took help from my child function and my superego, so now you have to help my child function help my parent function. So it's sort of like if you eat from the poison tree, then sort of you belong to the tree now. So now you belong to the parent function in the superego. That's almost like, that might be even what the oath is in the ego. That the oath actually in the ego has got some formulation that is related directly to aspects and components of the superego, because the ego is, I think, directly facilitating this, and in fact the ego is so entrenched in facilitating that oath that is why it has identity dysregulation, is because its oath is not about formulating its own stable, independent sense of self. It's about tethering the validity of the self, which is in some sense ontologically connected to the superego, but is being epistemologically externalized. So you kind of have a vampire child function in the ego, which is a reflection of an on again, off again, capricious child function in the superego. And the difference between narcissists and borderlines is that a borderline has a dominant function in their superego. Sorry, did I say borderline or narcissist? But a borderline has a dominant function in their superego that is unstable, or moves between completely different configurations that essentially are huge jumps, whereas the narcissist doesn't jump. The narcissist can shake up its dominant function in its ego, I think. So sorry, its dominant function in its superego, but it transitions toward them. It doesn't just sort of flip a switch like the borderline does. The narcissist actually has a kind of fidelity with what the ego is experiencing, whereas the borderline ego is just there to facilitate attachment to another sort of source of energy for the superego to tap into. Whereas the narcissist is actually committed to creating a stable, in some sense, the narcissist wants to create a functioning ego, whereas the borderline, it's just a trap, it's just a lure, it's just a hook for the superego. And in some sense, the narcissist, in some sense, the narcissist exalts the power that is within the superego, but it wants the ego to be as powerful as the superego. Maybe it gets sad that it can never be the case, but it has no other objective, because it actually believes that the superego is part of the self. Whereas in some sense, the borderline is happy to throw the identity under the bus, in some sense, because it just knows that it doesn't need continuity, because essentially it doesn't believe in any necessity of continuity in the ego. It values the trying to come up with a nice sort of way to summarize the distinction between narcissist and borderline. Um, and it's interesting because I think that borderlines will, let's say, the more stable personas that borderlines concoct will have narcissistic traits, and that might just be almost like a statistical because they already can see what's happening inside of their superego, and because they're capable of throwing their egos under the bus and recapitulating new ego structures, the ones that are the common ones that are more persistent are the ones that are more narcissistic in some sense. But essentially, the reason why the borderline is fundamentally chameleonic is because it's just kind of like an environmental scapegoat. And in some sense, because it needs to attach to some kind of environmental scapegoat. And in some sense, this is like probably an early phase of development. That there is, so it's like these are the very young children that never moved past sort of mimicry of the adult game, and that they never played it themselves in developing a stable oath. I've been listening to this video by Sam Buckner talking about the good enough mother. And I just think that, I mean, it seems that borderline and narcissism is probably mostly resultant of that kind of input of not having a good enough mother. Anyway, I'm not going to recapitulate what he says in the recording. Anyway, I'm too tired. I'm not going to continue this recording. It's probably embarrassing enough. Okay, I'm somewhat annoyed at myself that, you know, when I'm trying to distinguish between borderline and narcissism, it's sort of, it bleeds into one another quite badly. I'm sure it's not easy to listen to as I kind of ramble on. So I'm going to have another crack at it, as it were. And I think that the reason why, in how I think I am making distinctions as I'm talking about it, but they sound so similar, and that's because I think that essentially they are using the same component parts, but they're using them in reverse. And the problematic thing is that, you know, I have to kind of describe how the ego is being utilized by the psychological schema, um, which is a front essentially for what is going on in the superego. And, you know, between the veil between those two things is, you know, something that is going to fundamentally be sort of shrouded in some kind of speculation, especially because the superego can produce the same treatment of the ego through, you know, like different formulations, or, you know, because in some sense the superego I do think is working as a cohesive strategic, you know, sort of mechanism, and that has multiple ways of you can break that down different ways, and that's the point that I tried to raise with the, you know, you can say that, well, the one is being electrical and the other one is being magnetic, but it's sort of, it's doing the same work even though it's being driven magnetically or being driven electrically through, you know, a direct impulsion from its cohorts within the components of the superego, or that it's just kind of you know, so essentially, you know, it comes down to which parts of the superego are, let's say, collectively um, arranged in a kind of dominance over the other parts, essentially. And that is also, let's say, a speculative sort of description anyway. But so I'm going to describe borderline essentially, in some sense, is using the ego as a lure or a hook to get other people to be invested in their superego child function. So they actually want supporters of their superego child function, and they're just using the ego as a pawn or a puppet to engineer that kind of codependency. And they are even willing to take their own superego dominant function hostage to that end, where they are willing to tear down and recapitulate and refragment their own superego dominant function, which in some sense completely renews the identity of the ego. So the lure, the hook, the bait for this, in terms of the ego persona, is essentially at the whim of essentially the borderline recasting and refragmenting their own dominant function if they don't get the right kind of supplication and support for their superego child function. And this essentially means that their child function in their ego is like it's a contradictory sort of thing. It's a dysregulated thing. It's like a poison pill that they want somebody else to swallow, somebody else to escape. Somebody else's accountability and agency must underwrite the integrity of their child function in their ego, because they are willing to jettison it, but they want to have a child function in their ego. They in fact, that is their identity and their persona, and in some sense their persona is so centered around the child function of the ego, which that somebody else must provide the kind of the parentage for, or supplication to, that so in some sense the borderline, in some sense, it doesn't have the same kind of introjective paradigm that the narcissist has in terms of in terms of requiring narcissistic supply. They're not looking for support for the ego child function. That's just the guise for the superego child function. So that's just the kind of the cat and mouse, sort of game that is being played, and that's the bit of cheese, essentially. And in some sense, they want other people to pin them down into a sustainable ego identity or something like that, because at some point the superego child function gets so ravenous and greedy that it wants to recapitulate its dominant function, and it doesn't care about the kind of the dissonance that it's creating, because they've really socially extracted investment into their ego child function. They've really created a den, or they've created a kind of collective. But you see, it's not like a collective child function in the same way that the narcissist is. The narcissist is almost trying to project their child function onto other people, whereas the borderline is trying to induce. It's kind of like a revert. It almost amounts to the same tactic, but it's going in a reverse, that the narcissist is pushing their child function onto the external environment, whereas the borderline is pulling people into being invested in their child function. And in some sense, that pull is coming from the self trauma of pushing the reset button on their own superego dominant function. To use that as a kind of as a way to condition participants or people that are taken hostage, through being able to negate. So the borderline is holding their own dominant function in their superego hostage in order to compel other people to to develop Stockholm syndrome and to sympathize with the ego's child function. So the borderline is primarily extracting sympathy, and then that sympathy can be classed as, because sympathy is quite I would classify it as a broad. It's not a direct emotional entanglement, although it can start off that way. But that sympathy broadens into overt social manipulation and control. That it's sympathy that is socially, by social convention, it is so the borderline is very crafty at embedding their pull in the conventions of the ego, how egos would normally operate. So they're very aware of ego mechanics. It's just that they don't have a stable ego. It's just a lure to facilitate attachment to someone who will eventually be marked as the perpetrator, and essentially whenever the borderline is recapitulating their own dominant function in their superego, they will blame the host. They will blame their codependent scapegoat for forcing that recapitulation. There'll always be this external locus of ego accountability, essentially. And so it's something like the oath within the ego is very much aware of its ability to recast the initial the internal initiating mechanic between the superego parent function and the base of the superego, Although it's probably not that gets redone every time, but it's just the sort of the dominant function. And so it's weird because constructively you could also express this as a narcissistic structure, because what I'm about to, when I talk about narcissism, I'm going to talk about how I think narcissism is essentially the child function and the dominant function within the superego colluding with each other, which creates a kind of pseudo parent. Um, and that collusion between the child function and the dominant function in the superego, which is essentially a stable dominant function, um, can confabulate its own dominant function because of this collusion that has a pseudo parent. So it can, but that confabulation just comes out of the sloppiness of the structure of the dominant function to begin with. But it's sort of essentially there is a kind of, it's a strange amalgamate between the child function and the dominant function. So the looping that is spoken about in MBTI, the kind of the cognitive dissonance involved in that, and essentially that power base then does not want to be, essentially all it needs is view of its own base of the superego, the death of the superego, the beast, as I call it, that gives it the solidity to be confident that the product of this collusion between the child and the dominant function and the superego is as good as gold. There's no higher rating, there's no higher veracity. Veracity, as in truthfulness. So the thing is that is such a stable power structure that the narcissist does not want to fully develop an ego and get incepted into metagram circuitry and have that be organic. But naturally everyone that has a superego has one foot in their ego. And so essentially out of necessity, the narcissist has to try to secure narcissistic supply. In order to try to gain access perhaps to more aspects of their metagram circuitry and to but in some sense they through having a communal child function in their ego, through externalizing that psychological function, they end up living out their metagram circuitry, but it's baked into a collective drama, it's baked into actual events. So their superego is not attached to them as an individual, it's attached to an introjective paradigm from which their child function is entrenched and being sourced from. Now, I think that borderlines are not doing this out of necessity. They're doing this so a narcissist is acquiring narcissistic supply out of necessity, to have a functioning ego. The borderline has a functioning ego. It just doesn't have staying power. It doesn't conserve itself because of this reset button that is being pushed in the superego. So essentially, the borderline just has a reset button, but they otherwise have an ordinary metagram. They have a metagram circuitry, perhaps even, and it might not be very well developed, because as soon as it gets into any kind of internal cognitive dissonance, that it does not suit the design or the project that is housed within the superego, you just push the reset button, or you just don't think about it because it doesn't matter, because the actual persona of the metagram circuitry, it has no fidelity. There's no commitment to preserving it, and so I do see borderlines as perpetrating their tactical deployment of borderline personality disorder, or whatever you want to call it, emotional dysregulation disorder, or whatever people want to call it. It's I think they call it Munchausen's, when people try to get attention through the suffering of one of their dependents, or at least someone close to them. That is a more narcissistic. That I think is almost the perfect hybrid between narcissism and borderline, because there you can actually see it embodied in a behavior that is serving both of these disorders, narcissism and borderline, somewhat, I would consider it to be more borderline. Actually, you see, in some sense, in borderline, the Munchausen's patient is the self, whereas in Munchausen's, it's a dependent, or it's someone that's closely related or associated, that is used as the lure to ensure emotional investment into the child function, into the ego child function of the borderline. In some sense, obviously, Munchausen's is much more plugged into social conventions and structures, which borderlines, are generally familiar with. Obviously, in the pure borderline case, they're using their own psychology, they're taking their own psychology hostage, and so they need, perhaps, what I've been describing in terms of, I think what generally characterizes borderline as being borderline is the immediate and ever-present necessity to have a scapegoat on hand to underwrite the child function of the ego and to buttress the child in the ego. But it's not the child in the ego that the borderline doesn't even care about. The child in the ego, the child of the ego. The borderline cares about the child of the superego. The child of the ego is just the bait. It's just the means to an end of a kind of and in the same way that narcissists need narcissistic supply, borderlines need a scapegoat on hand. They need someone to underwrite in order to have a functioning ego, but in some sense they are their own threat to their functioning ego because of just pushing the reset button, essentially, because they have such high, even existential standards that they want, it's a kind of covert hostility that is even broader than just a kind, it's a kind of, it's like an existential covert hostility. It's a very high level, and in some sense it's almost premised in the pure solipsism of the borderline, that they are the only source of value and moral consideration, that there is no external nexus of value, that everything is essentially revolving around their superego child function. And in some sense, you could, well, that's natural if you don't have a stable dominant function. Now, I actually think that they do perhaps. See, it's arguable if they. I don't think that you cannot have a stable dominant function. So I think that their dominant function is actually stable, but it does get refragmented. Therefore it has a very different nature to most dominant functions, because in some sense, it's like allowing yourself to semantically relabel everything. So, the point of language is that it's a convention, that you remember that A equals A and B equals B and C equals C, so that you can actually, you could write out some things, and but borderlines want to be able to say halfway through the working out, oh, but actually, didn't you know that B equals C? And they want to be able to sort of relativistically change identities, label semantics as they go along, and think that that doesn't change, that it doesn't have a kind of retroactive effect, so that you can just kind of change things as you go along, but then they're also the same up to that point, so sort of sameness and change are interchangeable by unilateral decree. And that kind of basic volatility is regarded, I guess, as essentially one of the rightful powers within the highest value, which is represented by the child function, in terms of how it gets to treat the dominant function, or something like that. So they have a dominant function that is ruled by some kind of relativistic unilateralism. Anyway, so they have a particular, I guess, amalgamation between their child function and their dominant function. I would perhaps even speculate that between the death, the child function, and the dominant function, they've each got mechanisms to sort of fight because if you have a relativistic engine of unilateral force, there's nothing stopping it from being pretended or mimicked by other levels of analysis or instruments or tools. So it has this kind of viral capacity of being, so it's almost like it's a kind of virus and a virus is actually not technically alive. It's a weird kind of parasitic structure that knows how to replicate itself, or that can be replicated out of other things, out of the decomposition and hijacking of other things. Anyway, I think what that kernel in fact is something like the parent function, the kind of the enslavement that the parent function has over the death is somewhat remembered and used as the basic component of this unilateral relativism. So it's sort of like a very early memory or a very early psychological event, the earliest psychological event that is imprinted or reconstructed in the dominant function and the child function, which essentially just decided to mimic or reproduce or replicate within its own structure that initial relationship with the false prophet. So it's like, well, I'm talking in my head to the false prophet. I am the beast. I am the death that is talking to the parent function and the superego. And the parent function is giving me these promises, and it's, sort of being prophetic in some way. And it's telling me all these things that are basically born out of my own ego's sin. And then I have a child function in my superego and a dominant function in my superego. What should that be thinking about? Should that just be recording the experience that I get following this false prophet? Or should I try to replicate the influence that the false prophet has over the death? Should I try to generate a mechanism that has the same force over the death and implant it in my child function and dominant function? If my child function and dominant function collude, can they not, in fact, seemingly replicate the capability that the false prophet has to extract from the death promises about the self, but obviously that comes with a sin. So there's a cost to what the false prophet does, and the cost is born in the sin of the ego. So the child function, the dominant function, and the superego also need an ego to impose sin on, and that is the host, the ego that is provided to them by their codependent host, by their audience. And just in listening to the things that a borderline will say to you, just in being essentially, any of their communication is like a spell that is cast, essentially, that is already setting up a narrative structure for them to then say that, no, well, you were part of the narrative. You were, you're part of the story, and my superego unilaterally speaks for what you've been put through, and it gets to unilaterally reframe it as well, and it's the sin of your ego because your ego went along with this narrative. So you have this shared child function that essentially the borderline gets to own your child function, but there's an act of pulling into that inception, whereas I would argue that the narcissist is imposing the child function through actual breakdown and agitation. The borderline, in some sense, is always trying to show you the contract that you broke to use you as a scapegoat, whereas the narcissist is actually cares about extracting the performance according to the contract, and they actually want you to sign the contract knowingly. The borderline, that doesn't matter. That can all be retroactively retrofitted and reframed and selectively edited. So yeah, I mean, the problem is that I feel like I'm just saying the same thing twice, but it's just got a different spin on it, and I mean, I guess it is a little bit different, because the narcissist isn't trying to, I think, recreate the parent function in their collusion between their child function and their dominant function. The false prophet, the parent function and the superego has done its job already, and it's just that the child function, the dominant function in the superego is just so stable, it's just so concrete and rigid and reliable that they have a concrete structure that is, look, it's not as if their dominant function has a lot of space inside of it. It has it has its own spectrum of reframing, but it's I would argue it's much more sustainable, because in some sense they actually do want an ego. You know, they want their false self to actually be successful. They want their false self to be a true self. Borderlines don't care about their ego. It's just a means to an end. It's just a shop front. Whereas the narcissists, and in some, it's just a shop front in order to extract sympathy through the ego. The ego for the borderline is necessary to cultivate the level of sympathy that translates into control on behalf of the child function, dominant function, pseudo parent. Whereas the narcissist, yeah, I mean, the more I say this, the more it looks like that they're almost the same, but on its structural level, I'm almost describing the same thing. It just has, different emphasis, and the mechanism itself is the same. It's just that the components are kind of running in. So it is interesting that I think that essentially the narcissist is not able to create a proper ego because their oath can't be constructed, because they don't believe in imagining a virtual devotion. They can't get it initiated themselves, because in some sense they don't allow themselves to indulge in that kind of fantasy, because it's just so at odds with this power structure in their superego, which is so rigid and concrete, and perhaps even has, they wouldn't maybe regard it as fantasy, they would regard it as the only sort of mono truth. But it's something like it's jealously guarded to the extent that it can't be conceded or given up, and therefore I think that is their oath. Their oath is to create an ego that has that mirrors the same proficiency of as the superego has, and so they are just trying to create an avatar of what already their psychological schema has operative within it, and they're not willing to jump ship into a lesser container. And the only way that they can seemingly mimic what the superego has going on within it is to not have a child function in their ego, is to never be invested in the game, in creating the fantasy, in creating the sort of the initiating dalliance which is required in order to get the devotion ignited. Actually, I think I'm starting to see something else. I think that what it perhaps is maybe they do have a functioning ego, but it's always half baked, or it's not complete ever, because they don't have a subconscious base. So they don't have an operative subconscious. They don't have a sense of be, but they have a sense of have. But it's ungrounded in a sense of be. So perhaps it's the subconscious that is the false self that can never get itself off the ground to ground even their ego. And so their ego does not authentically have a child function. And so the search for narcissistic supply is kind of like an addiction to as a stopgap measure, and essentially that chasing that addiction is what prevents them from developing a subconscious, which is what in turn prevents them from having a child function in their ego. Anyway, I've said a lot. I'll think about this some more, but no, it doesn't contradict what I was saying earlier. I think it just kind of extends the picture a bit. Okay, I've got a sore throat at the moment, and I've got some kind of flu, so my energy might not be good for this recording, but I think I have made decent strides in tying things together with the subconscious, including the subconscious in the structure in conjunction with the ego. I think actually clarifies a lot of things and opens it up to be much more visible as to what's going on, because I think that in some sense the both the narcissist and the borderline is in some sense directly, in very different ways, they're using the subconscious, but they are both using the subconscious. Oh, no, it's not even using, but what they are doing deeply relates to the subconscious. And there are quite different subconscious phenomena between the borderline and the narcissist. And it actually shows, because in some sense the lever of control is still the ego, and sort of looking at all those things, the superego, the ego, and the subconscious, sort of you can start to more clearly discern the actual how the structures are working. Okay, so let me just dig right into it, I guess. Yeah, and I do think that this largely conforms with a lot of things that I've been saying about these things, but yeah, it just becomes a lot more clear when you include the subconscious. So I'll probably have to refer to my notes because I've already written about this, and so I might not be able to duplicate it just off the top of my head, but I'll try. Okay, so yeah, these are kind of summaries, which I'm just going to blurt out, I guess. So I think that essentially the narcissist doesn't have a subconscious. Not to contradict what I've just said, but the narcissist, the subconscious is the false self, actually, I think. So the narcissist has an ego. It has a dysfunctional ego, but they do actually have an ego. It's missing the core component of an ego for it to coalesce itself around, and that is essentially the substitution of that component, or the supplementation of that missing component, is essentially the child function and narcissistic supply, which is somebody else's child function. And in some sense, the narcissist is trying to conjure the false self, or trying to drive at manifesting the false self that they can only see in the reflection of the eyes of those who delivered to them narcissistic supply, is my poetical way of describing it. Because essentially they have an externalized ego child function, which is this vestigial organ of this other person, um, supplying to them a child function. So they want their dominant function in their ego to manipulate and control this vestigial externalized child function. And in some sense, it is the aura or the atmosphere of hypothetical supplication of this external child function, in this weirdly sort of collectivized ego to some degree, or it is a specialization within a kind of within roles. The narcissist has the dominant function, and somebody else is just supplying the child function component, and uh, in the freedom of the transfixion of the sort of the bystander that is there to provide, or to be moved, and therefore to have the child function which is emanating from them, um, to be moved along with this sort of this choreographed direction which is happening from the ego of the narcissist, in the aura, in the atmosphere, in that bubble. But that atmosphere is completely supplied by the exogenous helper, or source of narcissistic supply. In that aura, that is so it's in the vision of this exogenous supplier of child function. In their vision, in their eyes, they can only see their subconscious in the reflection of themselves in the eyes of their supplicants. Although when I say supplicant, it's not necessarily pure adulation. It can just be, they can just be monitored or tracked. It doesn't have to be, in some sense, it's supplication to the narcissist's ego. It's not supplication to their persona even, but it's a supplication to the controlling structure of the dominant function. So it just has to be respect or reverence for when they represent the dominant function, so that their ego is sort of like the captain of the ship, as it were. Sorry, their ego dominant function is the captain of the ship. Now, the point here is that the reason why they need this exogenous child function is because their dominant function is is a replica, in some sense, of the of a kind of child function, dominant function, superego structure. So it's a kind of amalgamated, concretized, well-entrenched thing that is completely invested in a static, concrete, rigid base of their superego, which they are very clearly aware of. And because they are so fixated on this, they can't supply a child function, because to supply a child function would be to let go of that rod of power, would be to abdicate the gear, the lever of control, because their feet are always on the ground, essentially. So their dominant function is trying to replicate adulation, or is trying to reflect the power of that rigid, concrete structure within the superego. And so, because of that fundamental weighting, they can't develop. Now, this is better spoken about in terms of the oath and the devotion, which I must say I was I was thinking about this issue very because it's a very complicated issue in relation to the borderline. I didn't spend that much time thinking about it in terms of the narcissist, so I'll just try to do so now. Um, so essentially, I do think that essentially, especially true for borderline, that it's easier to talk about this in terms of that these are specialized oaths, essentially. So they have a kind of toxic oath, which makes it so that they give the oath, or they have an oath, and then they have a kind of, they have a species of devotion, therefore, that is just fundamentally incongruent with having let's say, functioning, fully formed metagram circuitry. So, although the borderline, that's roughly true for borderline, but it's true quite differently. But anyway, so let me think. What would so you, in a normal person, you would have a virtual devotion. Your oath would have to be premised on a virtual devotion to get itself kickstarted. So that it would have to have a basic sort of vision of how its metagram circuitry would already be structured and anchored, and that would sort of be the initiating sort of, in the same way that you have to put a piece of yeast, that's already, sort of in dough. You have to sort of seed that dough into a new, to get, anyway. So you have to have a virtual starter that the oath is inculcated within the oath. Now, in some sense, the oath of the narcissist, then, I guess, is just that it wants to replicate the superego structure. And so it has to have, essentially, it has to try to replicate a devotion. So it has to have an exogenous purveyor to supply. I guess the oath might be sort of more complicated than that, but so I wonder if the oath is perhaps, sorry, this is probably going to be wrong, but I'm just going to speculate it openly. But yeah, this sounds like it's going to be completely wrong. That the oath itself is so fixated on the entire on the entire sort of metagram circuitry structure that it knows where all the nodes are. It knows all the facets. It just doesn't have authentic circuitry running through them because it doesn't allow itself to indulge in the fantasy of a virtual devotion to actually initiate an authentic inception into that circuitry. So because it just knows, it actually knows the terrain, but that it doesn't want to enter the terrain itself, or it doesn't want to go on this, on a sort of, it doesn't want to commit itself to the journey of sort of surveying it personally, because if it does get itself entracted into it, then it's not going to have this pristine overview and oversight over the whole structure. So instead, it says, well, I need a purveyor. I need someone to exchange, I need someone that I can, extract I need a helper. I need, like what are they called? And I've probably got the word completely butchered, but is it called a sharper? Like someone who carries all the heavy things to help you, climb up the mountain. I need a hired hand. And if things get tough, well, no, you see, it's not, because essentially they send it's almost as if they want other people. They want to go send other people on top. I mean, this is a weak metaphor, but in some sense, they want to tax other people's child function, but piggyback on that child function as well. So they want a certain level of control of an exogenous child function, so that in the reflected energy of control over that child function, they have at least some access to a subconscious, but they don't even really get it. But essentially, so they're stuck in a kind of, and they're stuck in a fundamental addiction, because and I think I did correctly describe this when I was talking about the devotion and the earth and the narcissist before, is that they need an exogenous child function in order to even hypothetically imagine that they have a devotion functioning. So that's how they gain access, or hypothetically how they would gain access to their subconscious. And in some sense, they have a kind of vicarious experience of their subconscious through the reflection of other people's vision that are actually supplying the child function to their ego, or child function energy. And in some sense, they have to believe that child function energy is a fungible sort of commodity, which is essentially the only way that you can believe that is within a vanity, within a dominant function categorization of sameness and such. And so they are simulating hypothetical access to their own subconscious through their dominant function in their ego, and that's where they are perched, and that's where they are confined, essentially, and they can't escape from that. But they hypothetically have, that's what the ego is, your sense of what of that you have, of that what you have. And so they have a kind of haveness, which is not able to experience its own sense of that, what of what that it be, or uh, its sense of be. Anyway, in some senses, because it hasn't been able to get over the superego beast, because itself, it has such a rigid and concrete view of itself that it cannot actually generate a proper yourself within the metagram circuitry, because to do that, they lose sight of the itself, which essentially is what the dominant function, the ego, is kind of stuck on modeling itself after. Yeah, so I think just what I said about the earth needs to be cleaned up, because I've got the mechanism right, but I think I've got the description of the narcissistic earth is something that, okay, anyway, I'll put that to one side. I'll say I'll have to think about that. Okay, borderline. I've because in some sense the borderline is more complicated. It's interesting because I think that borderlines are essentially relitigating the earliest moment in one of the earliest moments in the development of the false ego complex between the superego and the metagram circuitry. So that is very interesting, because I think borderline is actually giving us a snapshot and showing us behavior that is very primordial, psychologically speaking. I think that they are essentially exhibiting a a very early stage of psychological development, and they are replaying that maneuver that generally happens in very early development. But their oath has essentially latched onto that mechanism as a tactic, in order to instrumentalize metagram circuitry for the superego. So I do think that borderlines are still fundamentally superego orientated, but it's interesting that I think that what borderlines have done is they have skipped over their own ego. They don't like, or no, this is a bit of an oversimplification, but essentially borderlines, they want a subconscious. They want their superego and their subconscious to be essentially, one is the avatar and the other one is the source code or the source intellect. They want that to be the same entity. They actually, in some sense, I think that the oath in the ego is premised on making that happen, on viewing that as being the fundamental existential equivalence. The problem is that condemns the ego into a kind of incoherence, and it needs to cover up that the perennial inconsistency. It needs to bury the body of the crimes that have to constantly be committed within the context of the ego to make that equivocation ostensibly possible. And so how the borderline does that is they need a vicarious underwriter. They need a scapegoat. They need someone to pool accountability with. So it's kind of similar with the narcissist needing an exogenous child function, but the borderline, similar and different. They, in some sense, a narcissist is pulling the child function of other people into being invested in the narcissist dominant function. The borderline is doing something else. The borderline is pushing a model of their child function onto other people. In fact, they quite often, I guess maybe this is more so in certain borderline presentations of a kind of hybrid borderline and narcissistic variety. The borderline is trying to implant they're trying to condition their host or their audience, or their codependent target into modulating their child function. They're trying to push a version of other people's child. They want other people to adopt a certain form of child function. They try to even, groom other people's child functions in order to, and the borderline is doing something very dastardly. In some sense, they're saying, sorry, I'll get back into the gritty details, but this is the kind of the overarching sort of maneuver that's being pulled is help me help you save me from myself. Let me help you to help me. Oh, did I just get that? So it's sort of like, you must help me so that I may help you to save me from myself. Because the ego, whatever the borderline is doing in the ego, is essentially a transient maneuver. And so it's kind of like, in the particular if you want me to have a stable identity, if you want me, if you want to even have a conversation, and that I'm not going to selectively forget and edit out of existence and reframe and just throw it away, and and reset integrity and reset memory and reset you know sequences of events, even the kind of sort of confabulation and selective sort of storytelling and reframing and all these sorts of things. If you even want to have a coherent ego, to if you want me to have a consistent, I'm saying this in the voice of the borderline, if you want me to have a consistent pool of a reservoir of accountability or responsibility or integrity or even sort of basic identity in order to be addressed. Um, uh, then you must take the subconscious at face value so that my superego can be uh, gratified through its fixed correlation and its fixed manifestation through this ever shape-shifting ego. And so in some sense, because so it's sort of, they require a certain amount of ego investment. They require a kind of, they need other people to have a child function that is automatically sympathetic to their current ego constellation, it needs it's better just to call it, it needs a vaguer sort of term than that, kind of like a, I mean, I would call it something like the introjective paradigm. So it's interesting because I would say that the narcissistic, I mean, I've described narcissists. I've tried to use language to try to merge some of the properties of narcissism and borderline, and so that they can be better sort of modeled and understood and thought about. And so, I used the word introjective paradigm, and in some sense, I think that the introjective paradigm is, which is where the narcissist is garnering narcissistic supply from, and where the borderline is also plotting and tactically maneuvering their sort of their codependent attachment. That this is all happening around the child function and the ego. But obviously, there's a different emphasis between the borderline and the narcissist, because in some sense, the narcissist is trying to garner the narcissistic supply so that they can hypothetically access their subconscious. Whereas in some sense, the borderline already has a subconscious. That is their target. That is their fixed point of that is their destination. It's already etched in an image of their own sort of. So I don't want to say identity, because I've already associated identity with the ego, but it's kind of like the image or the picture of the identity is already set in terms of some subconscious target that they are maneuvering towards, and essentially they just need somebody else to sort of swallow the poison pill of their child function. So in some sense, a narcissist is trying to extract narcissistic supply, but a borderline, I think, is trying to deploy a kind of automatic respond. I was going to say sympathetic, but also an automatic responsive, um, some kind of responsive obligation. So in some sense, it is a different. So the narcissist needs an exogenous source of their child, but a borderline needs to place blame on an external source of responsibility for for the coherence in their ego. And essentially they do this, I would say, by, I mean, perhaps, some of this is a bit of like a virtual construction, because you could argue that the borderline does have a functioning child function, but that's it's basically it's projective, and it's fundamentally sort of vampiristic. That it's sort of it's sorry, I'm just trying to remember the point that I was just trying to make. That the borderline is pushing things on exogenous um, child functions, whereas the narcissist is pulling things from exogenous child function. So the borderline is pushing compliance, whereas the narcissist wants compliance so that they can pull the child function into being assimilated into their ego functioning. The borderline doesn't care about the functioning of their ego. They're capable of pushing the reset button. It's a means to an end. It's a means to inhabiting or expressing or so in some sense the narcissist hopes to one day feel like what the false self is, or something like that, even though perhaps they know that that's not possible. That's their kind of hollow goal, perhaps, or something like that. That's their kind of infernal sort of addiction to narcissistic supply as well, and all those sorts of things. A borderline actually experiences what would be for the narcissist the false self. They actually are the false self. They posit that right at the start. What they don't know is how they got there. So their ego is a Ponzi scheme that somebody else needs to invest in right at the end before it crashes. It's a pyramid scheme. They need someone to invest in it. They need an exogenous benefactor or underwriter. So it's kind of like so the narcissist in some sense is kind of like one of the foot soldiers who's actually trying to he knows that the false self is some kind of pyramid scheme, but there's nothing else to do but try to put yourself towards the apex of the pyramid in the pyramid scheme, is to make yourself successful. And the borderline is already at the pinnacle of the pyramid, which is why I say that, and they are even torturing their own ego and throwing their own ego under the bus, because they have such high standards, essentially, and what they lack is a pyramid of um, uh, uh, um, con- sort of blind adulation and automatic support and sort of allyship or whatever. I mean, and it's interesting because I do think there are a lot of political ideology, identity politics, fascism is essentially is got this kind of it's got an intellectual version, an ideological version of this kind of problem. So in some sense, they have a sense, they have an image or a picture of what they should be, and in some sense, it's part and parcel of what they are doing, and they are super ego focused. They know what they're doing, and they know the image or the picture of what for their sense of being. So they know that, uh, uh, but they can't have a coherent or a consistent sense of what they have. The judgment that they have can't square this without a kind of cognitive dissonance that they have to kind of narratively vent from their ego. So they need a kind of ego pressure release valve, as a kind of vicarious scapegoat, um, and also perhaps a vicarious locus of control. Um, and I'll just say that borderlines are very inconsistent, because essentially they are capable of destroying their whole ego structure and pushing the reset on all of it. So they will chameleonically develop a new dominant function and a new child function. They are just it's just whatever fills the mechanism, is whatever can fill the gap between um, succeeding in their target picture of the subconscious. So they start with the subconscious. They have a subconscious that is, it's, in some sense, it countervails their ego. So they have an oath, which is a kind of fundamental sort of chameleonic uh, I do think that they're essentially their oath. Let me read my notes, because I'm slightly butchering this. So I also characterize this is that narcissism is an externalized child function. Narcissism is trying to garner a child function from an external source, and they do this in some sense by having to replicate common values. That they have to share values that are the same, that are, let's say, highly controlled or centralized in the narcissist's dominant function. So I think that generally, um, and actually I might be saying dominant function too much. It might actually be more to do with the parent function as well, but or the parent function being able to in some sense confound the dominant function, or sort of a kind of some kind of amalgamate between the parent and the dominant function. But anyway, um, the point of having an exogenous child function for the narcissist is that it is needed to underwrite a semi-stable subconscious, which is kind of like, which only exists in a kind of performative way in terms of the drama involving the source of this exogenous child function. So you're seeing it in the reflection of the eyes of the person. Anyway, so I call that a semi-stable subconscious. In the same way that the narcissist has a semi-stable false self. Which is, I guess, a slightly awkward way of saying that, the false self is the recess of their child function, which is their need for narcissistic supply, which they are supplementing for with other people's child function, which is the narcissistic supply. So, but I think how they are relating to their own child function is essentially the subconscious. And in some sense, their oath, I guess, might be. Sorry, now I'm jumping around to different topics, but I think that what the narcissist's oath might be is very similar to the borderline's oath. No, actually, it's probably not. But it's similar in some ways in how I was describing it earlier. But in that maybe the narcissist's oath is actually does have a picture. The narcissistic oath has a stable picture of what the subconscious should be, which is the false self, which is an image of the false self, the ideal of the false self. So the narcissist actually has a stable target in terms of the subconscious, whereas the borderline doesn't have a stable target. The borderline's oath is a constantly updated reflection of the superego content, which can also change itself. The superego of the borderline is capable of restructuring its own dominant function, the superego, whereas the narcissist actually has a stable superego. Sorry, I know I'm jumping around so much, but okay. So let me just go on with what I was going to say. So borderline. So in some sense, narcissists have to almost proselytize their value. They have to proselytize some kind of common value, because without a community, a communal ego, there is no their dominant function has to be a kind of symbolic of a kind of universal nexus and matrix. There are other points here which are important, which I need to touch on, but I'm just going to move on and talk about the borderline. Okay. So the distinction I was making is that a narcissist has a stable target in terms of their devotion, whereas so I mean, again, I think narcissists and borderlines both make the mistake that they won't allow themselves to have a virtual devotion to initiate an authentic metagram circuitry. They both have an oath which doesn't simulate a self-deception, because without having a self-deception within the beginning of the positive image of the development of the false ego complex, it's not you in some sense, because it's almost like a philosophical thing. It's because the whole personality structure of the false ego complex is based on a lie. When that lie tries to grow up, unless it lies to itself again, it can't actually replicate the same level of complexity that its kind of origin story was built into its fundamental origin story. It has to lie to itself twice, so that at least it can kind of properly have the correct number of sort of internal intricacy that is then capable of being representative or expressive of its actual self uh, um, disposition or anyway is basically the kind of is kind of the point that I'm making here. But so what the narcissist is doing is in their oath, which should a normal person's oath would have an initiatory cycle, which will have a virtual devotion attached to it. But they don't want an oath with a virtual devotion. They want an oath with a fixed devotion, with a singular devotion for all time. But you can't even have an oath then. So it's kind of self-defeating, because if the oath does not indulge in a virtual devotion, then it can't even know that it's performing the oath. It's still the superego, essentially. It's still the superego with one foot in the ego. It's kind of the general theme and point of where narcissists and borderlines are kind of both. And so the narcissist has a fixed target for what the subconscious should be, and that is their fundamental arrested development, why they don't have proper metagram circuitry. Because they have a fixed, their virtual oath is sort of is not a stepping stone. It is for all time. And they never toyed with a virtual oath. They never indulged in the fantasy and the dalliance of the virtual oath to actually then have enough energy in coming back around and then having a fundamental sort of cognitive dissonance in the oath, which is what everyone has to kind of go through in order to then sort of wake up in the game, wake up in the adult, sort of in the sort of the slightly developed ego, or the incepted ego into its own story. Okay, so there's sorry, I keep on repeating. Okay, so I think that the narcissist has got an oath that is targeting what is called in the literature the false self, and therefore it never even believes in its own structure of itself, or it doesn't have an independent. The oath doesn't have an independent structure. It's rooted still in the superego, in that fixed, rigid, concrete power structure in the superego, and the child function, the dominant function, and the base of the superego. And so it needs an exogenous child function so that it can sort of play the game of having metagram circuitry in conjunction with the drama that is shared in a kind of in a composite ego that then is developed. But essentially it's because their oath can't lower itself in some sense to play with virtual devotions. Or perhaps the sort of that phase of development was just sort of skipped or something like that, because the environment was not safe enough or something like that. Or it was sort of so traumatized, or it might be that essentially, because I was even thinking about borderlines, that which is a different setup, which I'm about to talk about. But anyway, that specific metatypes that I know are borderline essentially, or have probably high incidence of borderline presentation. That the particular superego parent function yeah, I mean, I think I am moving away from the idea that certain metatypes are like borderline. They might, I what I mean by that is that, I was toying with the idea that maybe certain things like borderline personality disorder is just everyone with the particular metatype just has the presentation of borderline because of the cognitive function in the superego. But no, I think that this is a developmental schism. Anyway, okay, so the borderline oath, as opposed to the narcissistic oath, I think is essentially is more complicated. And in some sense, I think that the borderline oath is fully capable of being a normal metagram circuit. And, this would, in some sense, agree with the literature that says, like borderline can spontaneously heal itself. Essentially, the symptoms can basically just switch off, or at least all the major ones just evaporate. In sort of in middle age and such. And anyway, what's my point here is okay. So I think that the oath in borderline is a commitment for sorry, let me read my notes because I think it is here. Borderline, an underwritten child function to translate subconscious narratives into sympathetic ego bondage. The borderline's ego is an investment Ponzi scheme. Their subconscious has a resonance to the superego, but not a structured line of integrity to ground or frame its consistency. The ego therefore needs an expendable vestigial pool of accountability to absorb the ego inconsistency in perpetrating ego resets and superego resonance with the subconscious, between the superego and the subconscious. The oath has a commitment to reproducing virtual devotions. There is not one or just if or only itself, or the parent function in which is mine. That's how I refer to the beast or the death or the base of the superego. The parent function in the ego is serving a recalibrated death or beast in line with the newly orchestrating superego parent. Yeah, so I think that the parent function in the borderline, in the ego, the borderline's ego parent function is a conscious agent, and in some sense is a kind of is a mimic of the superego parent, and it's willing, therefore, that in some sense the parent is what is conserved through the chameleonic reframes, that it's jettisoning its own dominant function, and perhaps even its own child function can take radical different manifestations. It seems that it's motivated to do one thing and then it's motivated to do something else. So it has no consistency or it has no sort of perennial or conservation of integrity around its child function or its dominant function in the ego. But what does remain is the parent function, the character of the parent function. So, and essentially, I think that this parent function is performing an oath to its own base, the base of the ego, that basically says that it's leading the base of the ego, and it's leading the base of the ego against its own local child function and against its own local dominant function, because in some sense it just tells itself that its local child function and dominant function are naive, are duped by exogenous external pools of accountability and blame. So it's always a stranger to its own child function and dominant function. It's always disowning it. It's always reframing them, and it's doing this essentially so that it can have a kind of resonance between its superego and its subconscious, and it can always play the victim that other people are trying to encroach on its subconscious. That other people are contravening its sense of what it be, its sense for what it be, or that it, and that, yeah. So I'm perhaps phrasing this a bit too awkwardly, but so it's sort of it's trying to play good cop and bad cop, because essentially the parent function in the ego is the bad cop, and the subconscious, something in the subconscious, I guess, is maybe the dominant function, or maybe sort of just the general sort of subconscious is saying, like, do you really want me, like let me talk down the bad cop? I'm mixing this metaphor badly, because the bad cop is going to take everyone with him. The bad cop is going to blow us all up. Is crazy. The bad cop. He's like a suicide bomber, and it doesn't matter to him. The bad cop will just come back as a, will just show up again. That's a weak metaphor. It's just not complicated enough. But essentially, it's like the parent function in the ego is taking its own ego hostage, and it actually uses that hostage taking as a threat, because it says basically, if you don't if you don't treat the subconscious nicely, if you unsettle the apple cart, then the subconscious will always sort of sustain its ostensible integrity, and the kind of the working out behind the scenes just gets so sort of the child function and the dominant function are the hostages. And well, I guess there are two sets of hostages, because in some sense it is also your child function and dominant function that is being taken hostage. So they're all sort of all the hostages are sort of being pulled together, but at the end of the day, it's like, well one of these hostages has to be shot to prove that you need to actually scapegoat one of them, and they don't all have to die. And it just so happens that it's always the exogenous child function that is going to be taken out by the ego parent function. Because in some sense that the devotion side will always be satisfied, and the oath side is transient, is fundamentally capable of just pushing the reset button at whatever point it wants to push the reset button. And in fact, it can do that spontaneously. It can do that without cause, without and in some sense, that is because it actually wants other people to, it wants to remain, using itself as a hostage, but it wants at the same time to have its hostages cared for by, um, I mean, essentially they want somebody else to even perhaps supply their own parent function, or at least the oath side of the parent function. Yeah, in some sense, they want to be able to unilaterally issue oaths, transient oaths that are even inconsistent with each other. And they want somebody else to kind of do the work of providing their child function and their dominant function to push back against the incoherence of their own oaths. So their oaths are sort of going one way. Their devotion is a fixed connection. So instead of having a virtual devotion and actually having a stable oath at some point, they have a perpetually unstable oath and a completely fixed devotion. And this provides a certain kind of existential it's hard to describe it. I think this is exactly what nescience is. I think that borderlines are like are psychologically structured to be sort of obtuse orchestrators of their own orthodoxy while being completely nescient to anybody else's. It is this kind of solipsism where they get to call other people nescient for not upholding or promoting or advocating for the interests of their unilateral orthodoxy, which is kind of represented by their fixed oath between their ego parent and their subconscious. So it is interesting because I think that there's a religious, there are versions of religion which are which sort of tap into the same phenomena as well. Which is interesting because the language of my jargon sort of lines up to some degree. They have a fixed devotion, and they have a sort of an oath which is just constantly. I can't think of a good way of describing it. It's not a simple thing, but it's just sort of an oath which is sputtered out, and it sort of doesn't have any kind of comportment towards any kind of coherence. It's just, noises of the current relativistic sort of zeitgeist or something. I can't think of. It's just like mindless unidirectional noise, which is just sort of It's just the kind of, it's the sort of, it's sort of like a compensatory structure that is just sort of mirrors the whatever is fixed about the devotion. It's interesting because I guess, when people don't care about the consistency of the oath in their ego, and you're just going with the flow, and you have a fixed subconscious, you have a fixed image of your own subconscious, but you're always the problem is on the ego front, you're just so reactive. It's just so, uh, sorry, I'm thinking about this from a sort of, from a sociological, religious perspective. From the perspective also of ideologies that try to operate this as a kind of, as a cultural sort of psychological uh, hegemony. Yeah, it just it just seems particularly volatile and somewhat dangerous to the process of meaning and understanding and language and reason and it's just sort of fundamentally antithetical to so fixated on its own sort of premise to kind of convict other people of a nescience that it is relativistically defining the orthodox root of knowledge that is, sort of unilaterally and retroactively, sort of takes dominance over. So it just, you have to believe in a source of authority, which is just, sort of uh, that there are sort of symbolic utterances which are fundamentally, sort of capable of being interchangeable with sort of the deepest kind of truth that there is, and holding the deepest kind of value. Uh, Anyway, I mean, it's this is, maybe this is unfair or whatever, but if you just look at the dominant function in the parent function in the ego and the parent function in the superego, between them, including them and between them, there are 6 dimensions. So 3 on one side, 3 on the other side. So sort of right in the middle between those structures is the child function in the superego and the base of the superego, which is also the sin of the ego. And so if you are a borderline, those are in some sense the only relevant dimensions, is essentially the parent function in the superego and the parent function in the ego. Those are the things that actually have stable characteristics that are sustained within the psychological schema. Those are the things that are actually tracked. Actually, that's not entirely true, because I would say that the dominant function in the superego is also capable of being redrafted. But anyway, that is still, I would say, the central players and the central figures. That those are what is happening. And the child function, I mean, it is true that I think that the superego, sorry, the subconscious is actually being pined for, that this weird amalgamate between the ego and the superego does wish to have a subconscious, adjoined to it. Or representing it, or allowing it to express itself. But yeah, there is something very turned off about the unconscious side of the mind. I think that it has the borderlines, as far as, I mean, maybe they have it within them, it's just completely repressed, but their unconscious side of the mind seems to me, but especially the condonation. They only have one half of the condonation. They have the only itself. They have the beast, the superego parent function leading its base, but they don't have the unconscious parent function generating the question in the ego's inferior function. Or if all the reports about the remorse that borderlines feel for how badly they treat people are true, I might have to continue this discussion or speculation at some point if I've moved further into integrating this into the superego parent function performing the answer in the unconscious base, or the subconscious inferior, because I think that somehow the subconscious that they have does not have an inferior, or that is, or they have a kind of very clear schizophrenia between the condemnation Yeah, I mean, in terms of their 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 transient oath, or their concrete and fixed devotion, between those two things, I mean, it's that is the core of the dysfunction. Is that uh, their parent function wants to have a fixed devotion, but it's not willing to do to sustain an oath in its own right. It wants to sustain an oath through a kind of collective hostage taking. And it's interesting because all the sort of fascistic regimes and horrible regimes that essentially that is, I think, that psychologically can be a general description of where all of this comes from. Is that you take whole collectives, child functions and dominant functions hostage into a general narrative, and then if things aren't going well, it's because there's a bad egg that you need to purify the flock, or something like that, or and so you just need to sort of scapegoat something, or either an out group, or someone in the in group, and it's sort of, there's no way to ever check up on its own oath, because it doesn't sort of it's not willing to sort of have a balance between its devotion and its oath. I'm talking too much, but I need to think about some of this more. But I'm probably pontificating about the things that I've thought about the least, and I've basically just repeated myself many times. But let me just read this one last paragraph that I. So the parent function in the ego is serving a recalibrated death or beast in line with the newly orchestrating superego parent. So that the superego parent is always just orchestrating whatever it wants constantly. So it's sort of it's keeping the superego parent as at sort of at the top of the apex of the structure of the borderline. So the borderline has, in some sense, a privileged superego, has a privileged superego undergirding structure. And then what I wrote here is that there are like 3 points that I want to make that are interesting. That I was speculating that maybe what we generally regard as sexuality, and this is also, I think, perhaps related to the changes in sexual mores, or sexual practices, in terms of how the youth are um, well, sort of how their general sexual activities are different from other generations, that the actual sort of uh, sexual contact that was generally, that generally happened in most generations is not occurring as it normally did. That there's a lot less sex, there's a lot less active sexual activity, and sort of the sexual marketplace itself has sort of been strangely warped. And I've got explanations of this, that it's about the sexual energy being funneled into politics, essentially into a strange kind of cultural politics. Anyway, I go into this in detail in the comments that I made about Sam Bucknan's sex video. But anyway, I think that maybe the superego, how the superego treats the base of itself, of this, the superego, how the superego parent treats the base of the superego, the prime, which is in some sense the first operation within any personality, is the parent function, and the superego is the first mover. It is the false prophet. And how it creates the beast out of the base that it leads, which is essentially which is the death of the spirit. That is how Adam and Eve died in the day that they ate of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. That that atrophy, because you become a beast when you are conditioned by your environment, and you lose that freedom, and because you have been led by this parent function. Now, this is very deeply intimate to a particular person's experience of, it's at the base of their own psychology. Now, borderlines can, in some sense, re-experience that directly. Borderlines can revisit the beast, the death. They can have it be remade out of them in some sense, and they can model their structure on a different premise, perhaps even, so they can redraft their dominant function in their superego. And so, to be superego focused, but to be focused on the parent function in the superego, and to identify with that, is to essentially be stuck in the right at the very beginning of the development of personality. Now, I think that perhaps what sexuality is, and why there's some healing associated with some sexual contact or whatever, is that we perhaps even experience, or part of what intimacy perhaps is in some sense, we all had to develop through the borderline phase as one of the early obstacles or permutations or possibilities of psychological development in terms of setting up a stable ego. that eventually developed into its own independent sort of structure. Um, that then sort of creates a kind of a veil of unawareness between the superego and the rest of the other three sides of the mind. So I think that people perhaps even have a residual leftover idea that they can have a fixed devotion and a flailing oath, and that they can envisage having their parent function and their ego mirroring the kind of unilateral power that the superego parent function has over its base. And if you allow the parent function and the ego to redraft and to recalibrate what it does to its own base, then you can essentially use that selective transience to give the devotion, to give what that parent function is doing to the subconscious base. You can do whatever you want with that. You can print your own reality out of that. And I think that maybe there are some elements within sexuality which are basically, in essence, the same as the borderline tactic or structure, but it's something that is a form of play. It's a form of boundary crossing, and it's an internal, but it's one's internal boundaries which are being played with or engaged with. So there are sort of deep psychological. Anyway, so I'm just trying to say that I think that sexuality to some degree might be a borderline, might be a culturally sanctioned terrain in which we have placed. I mean that's generally the one of the functions of sex. I guess when I'm talking about such deep psychology, it actually becomes a bit weak to try to make sociological arguments. But one of the one of at least one of the very sort of important functions of sex is to facilitate pair bonding and to fortify the unit of sort of the family, so that you have stable parents raising children, and that are committed to each other and to supporting each other. To have a strong pair bond. Anyway, and so there's a sexual energy perhaps when sort of trying to access the superego through the ego's parent, by a kind of mock mimicry. Anyway, then I just that's a sort of a rabbit hole that's not that important. But anyway, then I two more paragraphs here. Don't focus on the mechanism of attachment to the subconscious from components in the ego. Focus on its tactical import for borderlines. Borderlines don't have a proper authentic devotion. It's not developed as an independent piece of an integrity entity. It's a semblance made as sturdy as is needed to facilitate unaccountability of the ego structures. Yeah, so when I say that borderlines don't have an authentic devotion, I guess what I mean is that it's not related to their child function and their dominant function in their ego. So, which is another way of just saying that. So, I mean, I think I've contradicted that in talking all the things that I've just spoken about, but in some sense, what I mean is that the devotion has no grounding in the ego. It's just a kind of resonance that is mirroring or reflecting the superego's parent function. And perhaps what it is as well is maybe it's even that when the dominant function in the superego restructures, the ego dominant function immediately mirrors it. So there's no independent consistency or coherence in the ego's dominant function. And so maybe it's just the dominant function in the ego of the borderline that is fundamentally seemingly dishonest. But the child function always pretends to be the same child function, and it always wants sympathy from other child functions. So it's just one of many children that is always grouping itself in the context of being surrounded by other child functions. So it's always has a view to your child function and always plotting its child function in conjunction with other people's child functions to make sure that its child function is on full display and has an audience of other people's child functions. And in some sense is very jealous to having a kind of direct ability to proselytize to other people's child functions. And its dominant function is fundamentally its dominant function is kind of like mysterious and kaleidoscopic and always authoritative. Narcissistic injury. Okay, now I'm just writing about narcissistic injury is the diminishment of the subconscious through the deflation of a prospective communal child function, or through the deflation of a shared child function, or a child function that is barred or alienated against the instantiation of the narcissistic subconscious. So I'm talking slightly abstractly here. And then I go on to say the narcissistic subconscious, which is an extraneous performance within the psychology of others that is dominated by the narcissistic dominant function sanction on behalf of the superego child dominant beast conglomeration. So narcissists are sort of in a much more, they need to manhandle, I would say. That's what this is almost in terms of they need to manhandle in order to think that they have a clear shot at their false self, or in order to think that at least that they would be protected from narcissistic injury, they need to manhandle and sort of be able, because that's the only sort of that's what that point, I think that's what that sort of amounts to. But there's a defensive Anyway, I mean, I guess it might not be necessarily true that narcissists are consciously aware of having to protect or be defensive against narcissistic injury. Um, but if they suffer narcissistic injury, then maybe I should try to distinguish this from a normal functioning, because I mean, in some sense, anyone perhaps could have a devotion which they could be defensive about, and then if they are defensive about it, they could be accused of uh, being overprotective of their narcissistic injury. Which, in some sense, I think is almost, I mean, could be argued as a subjective claim, because in some sense you have to know, you have to think what the source, the motivational source of someone's thought structure is. Is it rooted in? Is it representing an integrated overview of a false ego complex, or is it representing the superego? Um, is, I think, the only way to distinguish an ordinary person trying to ostensibly speak up against the encroachment of one of their metagram relays. Versus a narcissist that is trying to access their subconscious through the reflection of somebody else, or somebody else's child function. But in some sense, I think, I mean, this is in some sense the magic of communication, is that communication is not about spell binding people into automatic compliance. It's essentially it's an ongoing, never-ending negotiation, and sort of the point of saying things is not to necessarily extract agreement. It's to locate points that can be worked on towards, I guess you could say, sort of diminishing disagreement, or duplicating understanding on both sides, or having a shared understanding on what is being spoken about. Anyway, what is my point here? So perhaps that's not a great example for subconscious I have to try to think of a full-fledged practical example. Perhaps the problem is that these things aren't so easy to sort of anthropomorphize, because all these issues are happening simultaneously, so you can't sort of delimit them to a particular time and space. It's a layer of what's going on in an interaction. And if someone is citing a layer that they're complaining about, sort of, you've got errors of composition that are plaguing that kind of criticism, that can perhaps be, sort of completely orchestrated from the mere framing of it, which is, this is why things are so prone to break down into skeptical defensiveness and selective bunkering down. Because you can just kind of use a dilemma in order to insulate yourself from moving on a question or on an issue. Anyway, I'm sort of talking too generally at the moment now. I guess my thesis is falling apart, so let me stop talking. Anyway, I think I covered some stuff that was novel at least. Okay, so this recording is me just continuing to go on and integrate things and slightly speculate, but yeah, I think things are coming together quite nicely. So I'm just going to go over some basic structures just to orientate myself as well in the theory. So the weirdest thing about the false ego complex is that it starts off with the parent function in the ego. And the parent function in the ego has to have a basis of operation that it leads from, or that its agency is grounded in, which is the death of the ego, or the core of the ego, the base of the ego. And as the parent function is manipulating or framing itself in its own domain from that base, the parent function can be seen visually to reach over the dominant function and the child function. And in some sense, I think the dominant function and the child function are both almost like loose attaché. They are going along for the ride, and they become like a repository. They're like the memory bank, but in some sense the dominant function is more inert, like the memory bank, and the child function is more sort of symbolic. Together they kind of are a living entity potentially, but in some sense they are, I think, there to kind of to regiment or to regularize the parent function's use of the base. And the child function, the dominant function, can also get in the way of the parent function. They can, so sort of they can be, I will say that on a technical level, they're just there to be sort of sympathetic supporters. But in some sense, they can obviously inculcate within themselves perhaps a self inconsistency with the processes that are, so they each have their own domain or sub level of analysis, which might sort of discomport itself with the other regular processes or operations that are happening. So in some sense, it's an extra faculty. It's an extra anyway. And generally speaking, they take on the roles, which is almost like a mathematical sort of thing. The dominant function is kind of like the upper echelon. In some sense, this is a basic set of four things: the base, the child, the parent. Sorry, the base, the child, the dominant, and the parent. Anyway, and then there's the inferior function after the parent, and that inferior function is somewhat toxic to the set of four things, and essentially that inferior function is there to be colonized by some other parent function that came before, that is sort of in the same way that nature abhors a vacuum. The inferior function is left untilled by the local parent function, and then the parent function from the preceding side of the mind sort of comes in and colonizes it, fills the void, and because that parent function, all the parent functions want a place that they can safely exert creative agency upon. And so these are the playpens. The inferior functions are the playpens, and the play that is done by this preceding parent function is then also has to align itself in some sense with a new parent function that uses that playpen as its base of operations. Now, the only asymmetry here is between the ego and the superego. These things don't line up. The superego parent function does not lead the ego's inferior function. It leads the ego's sin. So there's actually a fundamental asymmetry between the ego and the superego. The rest line up with these relays that sort of connect two sides of the mind. So you can always, these playpens, there are three of these playpens that are in these relays that have two parent functions associated with each of them. The local parent function that is using the playpen as its base of operations, as its death, as its core, as its static image that it orientates itself within that objective field that is created out of that static structure that is left for it by the playing of the earlier parent function. And essentially this happens in the backyard of a local parent function that has relegated a kind of section of itself, cordoned it off, and it sort of ignores what's going on there, even though there's stuff that has to go on there. It has to burden some effort from that level of analysis, and in some sense that is the signature of a pattern of a sense of self, or a habitual internal relay and structure that is persisting itself. And so each of these relays can be described in three sides of the mind, because each of these relays is being touched by one side of the mind, which is a parent function reaching into it to exert its agency onto it. It's in the backyard of a local parent function that has cordoned it off, which is ignoring what's happening there. And then it's being led by the proceeding side of the mind that is using that theater of play as its base and core of its perspective, as the rules of its, as the rule and the law of its local domain. But obviously, although that story involves three sides of the mind, the one that I mentioned in the middle isn't really part of it. Well, it is and it isn't. It's the part of that side of the mind that has been relegated or cordoned off anyway. So, for example, the theatre of the ego's base, is the unconscious side of the mind's inferior function, and it's being primed by the subconscious's parent function, and it's being led by the ego's parent function after it's been primed. But what has been primed and what is being led is the same thing. That the symbol or the structure that is happening on that dimension of the unconscious's inferior function, which is the base of the ego, is maybe, I don't know if it's correct to call it a dramatization, but it's some kind of insigned some kind of dress, it's some kind of garb, or some kind of performance, I guess. But anyway, the most important thing is that for example, what I've just been talking about, which is the worship and the oath, that the worship and the oath end up amounting to a kind of agreement into the same identity or entity or object that is happening. That the object within the confines of the inferior function that is defining a vehicle, a structure, an identity, that object is essentially, in some sense you could say perhaps mediated between the unconscious parent function and the ego parent function within this level of analysis. But I think that it's also independently verified from both sides. And I think that the parent function that is technically prior, in this case it would be the subconscious. The subconscious has more say over it than the parent function. So, than the ego parent function. That the ego parent function has to lead what's already there. So I think that the parent function that is priming the inferior function is like epistemologically predominant in setting it up, but that may or may not be the case. But I think that the priming parent function induces the leading structure, which in this case is the oath, has to mirror what is there and what is already primed. I think that what is being led has to accept whatever is in the container already. Now, it just so happens that the parent function, I think, is the first active structure. The ego function, the ego's parent is the first thing that actually moves within the three sides of the mind, outside of the superego. And so it actually gets the first bite of the cherry. But as I say, that initial oath itself might also be sort of, anyway, the parent function in the ego, I think, does have a strange position that is even unnatural to, let's just say, a perpetual metagram circuitry. I do think that there's something about the parent function in the ego which makes it almost like the first mover, or a potential force of unilateral exertion within the structure. But anyway, after 2 cycles at least, already you have embedded structures which are going to perhaps curtail freedom, and so it can't just radically do what it wants without those effects coming back to bite itself, in some sense. That it might get to orchestrate the first oath, but eventually that oath translates back around into a worship from the subconscious parent, which then will sort of, so in some sense the power, the crown of sovereignty might shift from the ego parent into some other sort of something that has inherited the first mover kind of status or predominance. Anyway, the interesting thing is that if the parent function in the ego is the primary thing that first starts doing stuff, that it obviously leads its own base, but then on the other side, the parent function is also conducting the devotion, which is itself is it's responsible for priming the subconscious. And after it primes the subconscious parent is leading that, let's say, superego inferior function that has been primed, and is being used as the subconscious base, and then the subconscious is priming the unconscious's inferior function, which is the meeting place of, again, the ego parent function that has to lead that inferior function and use the unconscious inferior function as its base. So there is a very neatly the parent function in the ego in practical terms is directly related and connected to the subconscious's parent function and the unconscious's inferior function and the superego's inferior function. So the ego gets to play in the superego's inferior function, and it gets to, through that play, somewhat be connected directly with the subconscious parent function. So there's this natural composite power structure. There are two structures within the four sides of the mind. There's the subconscious parent, there's the superego inferior, which is connected to the subconscious parent, which is connected to the unconscious inferior, which is connected to the ego's parent, which is connected in turn to the superego's inferior. And so that is a stable loop there that has two parent functions and two inferior functions. And the two parent functions that are connected are in two different sides of the mind, and the two inferior functions that they are relaying through are in further yet other sides of the mind. So this structure has got a foot in each side of the mind, but it's only got essentially the active parts that get to colonize the other sides of the mind collectively or together. They're colonizing the other sides of the mind is just the ego parent and the subconscious parent. And the thing that has always bugged me is that, the other circuit is then obviously the inverse of that, where you have the unconscious parent function and the superego parent function. And both of these are in, people are, it's more cryptic, it's more, there's a veil or something like that. It's there's more unawareness perhaps around it, although anyway, and this is where the guna, the question about the different metagram subtypes, like why are some people focused, if I'm correct, that tamasic individuals are anchored in the answer and the prayer, which is the superego parent function and the unconscious parent function, which are meeting in the same inferior function of the subconscious. And then if I'm correct about how these things are ordered, then the next thing is the devotion and the oath after that, which would mean that a tamasic individual somehow would their first point in the story for them is that they see the superego is priming the subconscious inferior, and then they see the unconscious parent leading that subconscious inferior as its base, and then directly after that they are shifting their focus to their ego parent function, which is doing the devotion and then the oath next. The parent, they see the parent function is leading, and when I give that flowchart of that order of operation, in some sense, that is the ideal model that individual has imprinted in their oath, which allows them to have a stable metagram circuitry, because otherwise they would be stuck as a kind of borderline or a narcissist, or they'd be stuck halfway between the superego and the ego without a model operation, without a model flowchart that is built within the oath. They can't have a requisite question, which is the condemnation, which is the hidden asymmetry of the whole structure of the four sides of the mind, which is the unconscious parent function has to generate a question, which is what I call the performance in the ego's inferior function. That the ego's inferior function is occupied by the unconscious parent function's performance of the question, and that is needed to condone the operation of the false ego complex. The question is needed to condone the false ego complex. That's interesting. I wonder if that isn't a way to get out of the whole false ego complex. Because is it not perhaps the question, therefore, is a kind of self-transfixion that essentially, because I mean, I have even, look, I mean, the inferior function in the ego is very effing important. It's crazily important. That is the only part of thinking which is actually free for an individual to contemplate. That is literally the reservoir of thought in their that is their free conscience. That is the only level of analysis that is their free conscience, and in some sense, it is yearning or question. It is propagating a question that is a kind of indolence that covers over or allows within itself a kind of anyway, it's a kind of see, this is, I think what I'm about to say is technically incorrect, but I want to say it. But I think I have to think why it's correct to say, because I don't have a mechanical explanation for this. But I want to say that the question is it's covering. I think I'm correct when I say this. Is covering up the status. Like the question is labeling itself as the key maker, or the ongoing, like the reason why you haven't been able to extricate yourself from metagram circuitry is because you have an unresolved, this question is a looming mystery. But that is concealing and congealing within its own sort of there was a beautiful Shakespearean word that I can't remember. It starts with a V. Like a verisimilitude, or I can't remember the word. Anyway, but it's sort of it is disguising. It is counterfeiting. It's a kind of forgery that is meant to substitute for remembering that your oath has got layers of self-deception in its origin story. That the oath is like a three-layered forgery, and one of the layers of that forgery is the model. So there is a sharing between the oath and the question, in that they are both propping up the model image, which was how the oath structured itself, how the oath confected itself into then neatly transposing its hidden mystery and weight into this transfixion of perplexing the person within the false ego complex, who is being transfixed by the question and thinking that the question holds the key, when the question doesn't hold the key. The oath, the question is the mystery that's going to supply, but it's actually the origin of the oath, and the level of self-deception within the oath that is the real. Anyway, what's my point here? Okay. But the inferior function in the ego is still probably a resource that is in fact the only resource that has the latitude and the freedom to perhaps disentangle some of these structures. But I think I might be on the level where I'm trying to identify myself as the parent functions. As the parent functions in the metagram circuitry. I tried for a long time to identify as the inferior functions, but I think that it perhaps makes sense to identify yourself as the superego death, or in but in the developed metagram circuitry, the positive image, I think it might be better to identify yourself as the parent function. So therefore, the ego parent is the prime developed seat of agency. And it has been, and the reason why it even develops from a very young age is that it's essentially agitated by the superego death, which is imposed on it by the superego parent function. And so the parent function in the ego is becoming enslaved to follow the image of the beast. And I think in some sense that that tendency that the ego parent has suffered from, I think, is going to mean that the child function in the ego is, because you must remember that the sin, the death of the superego, or the beast, as I call it, is the sin of the ego. So this already dooms the ego's child function. And the ego has to kind of, I would say, generally it tries to incept itself with its own dominant function, and which it has to kind of fragment in order to create some kind of factional drama within their dominant function, which is also, you could say, the model of the circuitry itself. The kind of some ideal model is going to be some image of that beast is going to be recorded in the dominant function. But essentially the child function is sort of already doomed. So it's sort of it's being made to fail, or but no, it's so it has to it's being discovered and invented, and it's already in disgrace. It's already sort of, its status is already, so it's failure on arrival. It's, you know, sort of dead on arrival. So there's a doom about the child function in the ego, uh, which essentially can only be, or fundamentally, I would say it can only be sort of be fundamentally displaced by some kind of game that you know that then you're playing on yourself, in which you're sort of trying to see which factions are going to do the best within some sort of second sort of artful judgment of but it's going to be hard because fundamentally there is no structure of value, so the whole thing is anyway. So the parent function is sort of, at least when seen through the lens of the child function, it doesn't have a child function, so it doesn't have a highest value, or it doesn't have a value that can be redeemed. It's listless in a kind of fundamental way. So I think that and in some sense this is all a kind of sympathetic reflection of what the parent function, the superego, has done to to the base of the superego, which is also the sin of the ego, which is the proof, or whatever, the, which is the condemnation of the ego's child function, fundamentally. I mean, or structurally, that's what it imposes, but in some sense, the parent function, I mean, this is what an inferior function is for, is that the inferior function kind of is there to be the buffer and to sort of just allow you to ignore anything past that point. So this is why I say that the parent function's oath over its own base has sort of three layers. It has sort of a deep existential schism, and then it has like a kind of a consolation game activity, and then it has the actual life of that game that it sort of resigned itself into playing, and then it is 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 has transposed its focus into perhaps moving along the circuitry itself, which it can sort of imagine is directed from the question's point of view, which is from the unconscious parent function. So it can imagine that that is the underlying structure that is the cause of all of this. Which is weirdly half true. But it only sort of became true retroactively because of the sort of the sandwich of self-deception in the earth. So I guess there's a corresponding perhaps sympathy of complication in the question itself. Um, but I think it's differently ordered to what the oath has within itself. And it's slightly problematic because the question and the oath are therefore going to have like a mismatch in their grievance, or let's say in their structural dysfunctionality. But in some sense, the question is there anything that can actually, that has a free hand within the structure with which to look over and reevaluate and perhaps jibe and tossle or tussle or reconfigure. But I would say that it has to actually excavate the content of the oath rather than its own view of what is in the oath relative to itself, because then it's just entrenching itself into the structural indolence that it functionally is, because it is potentially part of the control, or it's part of, anyway. It's part of the structure of the captivation. Anyway, what is the worship? So a sattvaic individual is someone who essentially, in that middle sandwich layer of the oath, their ideal model of the circuitry starts with the subconscious parent function. So they sort of elect in their game of the false ego complex, in the developed image of their metagram circuitry, in their oath they have chosen that the worship is the first moving piece, and then the declaration is the second moving piece, which basically means that both of those things are emanating from the subconscious parent function. The subconscious gets to first prime the ego's base, or the unconscious side of the mind's inferior function. That's what the worship is. The parent and the subconscious priming the unconscious inferior, and then the that parent then leading its own base, which is itself going to have like a little bit of an invention there, because like ontologically, it should have a base before it leads something else. So it has to sort of, that's a pure projection. That's a pure target to put in the mind of this parent function. So this parent function has an ideal that it is perpetrating, or has some kind of associative picture, or some kind of bundle of some kind of wish, some target, and it's being drawn in the area of the subconscious. It's being described out of the subconscious parent function. Now, yeah, and then if this was which is in some sense very, probably, or I mean, the reason why sattva is given such good descriptions and accolades is because the subconscious parent function and the subconscious itself is probably the most uncomplicated, or it's the most commensurate with functioning in a kind of, in a pseudo sort of objective sense, let's just say, because the subconscious parent is the agency exerted by your sense of what you be. So you have to kind of objectify what the picture that you're targeting, and that is the anchor of your ideal model of your own circuitry. Whereas Rajasic individuals are all centered around what they have, which I guess could also be, but anyway, that's slightly more introverted, let's just say. It's not necessarily an objective external thing. This is, I mean, have in this sense is kind of is it has to be filtered through the lens of psychology. So what you have generally is you have judgment. You have judgment. So what you have internally. Whereas if you be something internally, you actually have to have an image of it. You actually have to have a anyway. And so Rajasic individuals, they actually identify as that very first parent function, which is in itself probably adds another layer onto the complication of the oath problem. If you are, anyway, if you have to have a Rajasically attuned oath. Anyway, perhaps any of so these things that I'm setting up philosophically, this is in some sense also a fundamental description of my emotional tones and why they are in 3 different sets of 8. That you have Rajasic emotional tones, Sattvic emotional tones, and Tamasic are the most complicated in some sense. Well, because it's not sent. The Tamasic parent function is not one parent function, it's 2 parent functions. It's the superego and the unconscious. And it's the superego priming the subconscious inferior, and then the unconscious parent leading that subconscious inferior. So the only thing that those 2 parent functions have in common is the theater, is the inferior function. So it's like the tamasic focus is essentially amounts to the subconscious inferior function. So somehow tamas is all about being in the valence, or being anchored and grounded. Their first image of what they are is the subconscious inferior function, is like what they are, what the subconscious is ignoring, and how they are doing, their sense of what they are doing, and their which is the base of what they do. So it's a very kind of sort of automaton structured, like it's almost like a cope. It's like, this is how I'm coping. This is just coping. And somehow oaths then come in those 3 philosophical valences that lead into different elemental configurations, which amount to the 3 species. Actually, maybe I think I've uncovered how it comes about then. because in the cycle then, in the cycle, you could say it goes sattva, tamas, rajas, sattva, tamas, rajas. In the relays that I related, sattva being the worship and declaration coming off of the subconscious parent function. Rajas being, tamas is next. Tamas being the answer and the prayer, which is the superego parent function and the unconscious parent function meeting in the subconscious inferior. And then Rajas is the devotion and the oath, which are both coming from the ego parent function. So if that is it, then sattva emotional tones are made up, each of those emotional tones is made up of two elements, and one of those elements are things that I just call sattvic elements, and half of the other elements that combine with it are rajasic elements. So that means basically that sattva emotional tones are made up of a combination of, if I can associate it like this, which is, maybe this is slightly incorrect, but let me just see where this goes. If the parent function in the ego is fundamentally rajasic, and the subconscious parent function is fundamentally sattvic, and sattva emotional tones are always a combination of those two elements. It's basically it's kind of like a focus of ego and subconscious combined, or how the ego and the subconscious, how the ego is being translated into the subconscious. Tamas is a combination of the subconscious inferior function fueled by those two parent functions, and let me just double check. I'm sure the answer is Rajas, but yeah, it is Rajas. So sattvic emotional tones are made up of tamasic elements and rajasic elements, which is essentially a way of saying that it's all the parent functions except for the subconscious parent function. So that means that somehow tamas is just kind of perhaps that means that they're sort of lacking awareness from the subconscious element, and maybe it means that they are translating the ego into the subconscious inferior. And then Rajas itself is is this an asymmetry? I think there would be an asymmetry. I'm incorrect. Sattva is tamas, and sattva is made up of tamasic elements, and rajas is made up of sattva and rajas, and tamas is made up of tamas and rajas. Man, maybe I should try to draw that as a... I don't know if that even is useful. So if we say that rajas is rajas and sattva, tamas is tamas and rajas, and sattva is made up of sattva and tamas. What does that mean? I think that means subconscious inferior, sattva means subconscious parents, and rajas means ego parent. So rajas is the ego parent corresponding or in relation to the subconscious parent. So it's like a lexicon of emotional tones that relate to the agency of have and the agency of be. Or the drama of those two things. Tamas is subconscious inferior, which is being primed by the super-ego parent and the unconscious parent, which is essentially the effective mediation of do and doing, sort of almost stuck in a definitional image. Kind of the verb. And sattva is the subconscious parent relating to the doing. So it's the agency of be combined with the definition of the verb, or the doing mediation. Which means they kind of have a full view of the subconscious. They really are well situated within the subconscious. And so Sattva can kind of see things quite clearly in terms of having an eye on what things be. Whereas Rajasic individuals are very much locked down into some kind of have and be sort of juxtaposition. Mediating the agency of have and be. And so then that would be, generally speaking, the three thematic varieties of false ego complex development and sort of the image that people model their false ego complex. Those will be the sort of, broadly speaking, the three varieties of psychological captivation. As I say, that model, that image will be in the earth, which then I'm saying is also what leads into, so that fundamental image casting in some sense I think requires that the parent function in the ego already has some innate awareness of where the other nodes of the whole structure is, and in some sense that is going to be representative of it being led by its own sin, or being led by the beast and the superego. And so the parent function is kind of, I don't know, archetypally I would link it to the Whore of Babylon. And it perpetrated this very layered oath that has lots of self-deception in it. And as it has been disguised in the congealed question that is like the blood of the saints that it has drunk from the cup, and its local dominant function is like it's like the city of Babylon, perhaps, or Babylon the Great as it's called, but these can also be seen as reflections of perhaps the dominant function in the superego as well, or that those are both reflections of the same kind of entity, essentially, that but in some sense the superego dominant function, if there is something in that dominant function, it's not just sort of implicit or kind of like a virtual structure that can be modeled by the negative, by just saying, well, what that's going to be the negative imprint of whatever is positively developed in the ego, or what has positively developed in the ego, that there's a negative lattice in it, in the superego, that sort of frames that, or is the indentation of it, or something like that, or the recessed, space made for it, like a negative piece of film. So yeah, I guess you have to stop the question, perhaps ask the right kind of question or something like that. Or I was thinking about trying to work out what borderline is, because I think that, sorry, not borderline, bipolar. I was also wanting to make comments about the devotion itself in general, because I think that what I was talking about in the last recording around the devotion is that I think that perhaps the devotion is a general addiction. That things that relate to addiction, process addiction, which is also how you can sort of summarize potentially all psychological recurring or habitual patterns of at least psychological aberration that are being phenomenologically orchestrated. Let me just say that. I think are all related to the devotion, which is the agency coming from your sense of have, priming or exerting itself in the superego's inferior function. So in the part of what you are doing that you are ignoring as the part of you that is agentic in what you are doing. And it is interesting how, I mean, I was thinking the other day, how you're always living up to the parent function in the superego is literally, I think, is rightly framed as the God of the world. It is this universal standard that you impose and project and infer around everything. And in some sense, that's a defensive mechanism, because you have already drunken the Kool-Aid of of the imprint that has left on the base of your superego. So you have to fix yourself into an entity so that you can have some kind of I wonder. I guess, yeah. I mean, the beast, I think, is also a kind of, it is the wish. It's weird, but what becomes the sin of the ego is, within the context of the superego, a kind of a gift that you got for nothing from the ether. Or it's a gift that you receive from the God of the world, which is the scriptural name for the devil. It's not the same as the God of the heaven and the God of the earth. The God of the world is the God of lies. And so, yeah, I guess it's like a poison promise or a poison chalice, so that you get this thing that is this very nice looking vessel, but then it has a weight attached to it. I wonder. But perhaps I need to think about this basic stuff very squarely first. Because, it is strange just how sort of poisonous the parent function in the ego is. But I also find it strange because it's sort of what gave it its spark of, what gave it its permission to function. Because just to have something as a source, to have something, to have an entity that is taken from, so that the superego can truly believe that it granted something, that it imposed something, but it needed to take something else away from something else. And so it needed to create a real entity to be in some kind of trade with. Yeah, it is strange, because I think that, this is going to sound like weird wordplay, but I think that in some sense, the distinction between yourself and itself that I have tried to speak on before, I think it's more complicated than that, because in some sense, you only have a yourself if you don't even make a kind of categorization system of subject and object. As soon as you start to know categories, perhaps, that disperse the holistic phenomenological container of consciousness, then I'm trying to find a fancy way, and I've lost the underlying thread now, but something like that. If you want to have a commodity that is capable of being bestowed on something, on yourself, you need yourself to have an itself. had a clever point to make and I've lost it. But I think it's something like that. I can't remember the point. Now I'm speculating too weirdly, but I think there's might be a kind of an enforced equivocation between yourself and itself, because if you have an itself, maybe you also have to have a yourself, and those things have a kind of categorical distinction because you can apply different words to them, but you can't stop them from merging. You can't stop them from being masks of the same entity. Or maybe that distinction only goes one way, that relative to itself is yourself, but relative to yourself, uh, there is a kind of an aura of potential which itself can only aspire in some kind of hypothetical uh, predeterminate uh, act of thought, whereas yourself can just instantiate immediately. It can just immediate phenomenological effect. Maybe that is something like the fundamental abstract sort of sin that the ego will always be saddled in or with. Anyway, I had another very profound thought, which I think I can't find now, which was just speculation over the nature of the beast or the death of the superego. And see, again, when I speculate about these things, it gets problematic because it makes me wonder, well, what is the end game? What is the resolution of these structures? is there extrication or just destimulation? And a kind of discharge of the anyway, it would seem to me somewhat fundamental that the reorientation of the false prophet or the parent function in the superego, which perhaps can be called then the rehabilitated tree of life. And perhaps the dominant function in the superego being being in some sense the new seat of consciousness and being the new Jerusalem, and perhaps leaving behind the inferior function of the ego, the sin of the ego, and the child function of the superego all become the 3 days in the grave before resurrection. I wonder if you could link up the unconscious parent function with the dominant function. Maybe that would be interesting to see how many things you could route into the dominant function of the superego as a new sort of reborn personality. Especially in conjunction with the parent function, which then becomes the source of healing. So that actually might just be the real sort of thing to meditate on and to find inner peace around and to contemplate and structure within oneself and embody, and then able to actualize on a kind of on a personal scale. Maybe I think I'll continue thinking about that as a therapeutic sort of structure, but it might also be important to work through the structures. I mean, there might be almost, if you can describe the experience of each metatype well enough and give maybe even specific rundowns of how to look at all the different aspects of the different components from the different perspectives of the different gunas, the metagram subtypes, that you might be able to sort of lead people into more conscious awareness of all this internal structure and circuitry, to then sort of unpackage the earth and look into their superego and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, that might be a general kind of therapeutic outline.